Yippee! Sup, Toot? My tootiest of friends. My sound is a little off. Yo, Zeno, you finally caught one on time. Hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. Where's my camera? There we go. What's up, boys? How you living? Give me just a second to finish setting up, and then we will be good. I literally did nothing today up until this point. I just kind of sat around and, you know, did nothing. I kind of needed it, I think. I'm not sure where to start, but we're going to start by looking at cards, I suppose. How you guys doing today? What's up with you? How's life? Let's see. So yeah, I think the two main things is we need to... Actually, I should open Photoshop. Photoshop. And then I want to continue work on this, right? I don't know why this keeps appearing on the wrong screen. Kind of annoying. You may notice the Unleash the Bald toggle is off, and that's because my hair, by my hair, I mean my head, is just peeling from getting sunburn. So that's gonna be off for like probably a little bit, at least a stream or two. Yeah, I noticed. I know you noticed. I'm sorry. However, there is now the I draw you a doodle thing, which Zeno you'll be familiar with. It's kind of like Tice's sticker sort of dealio. So figured that would be a fun redeem. First thing I checked. Not really doing anything currently. Yesterday had high school graduation. Nice, dude. Congrats. I'm assuming you graduated. I was just at high school graduation, but didn't actually graduate. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, that's awesome. Good work. Good shit. Sorry, y'all. My brain is just like not working yet. I haven't used it enough today. This. We've got our cactus scorpion. It looks better than I remembered, so that's cool. You know what maybe I should do to sell the cactus effect? This is just a random idea all of a sudden. Let's whip out my new art tablet provided by the deepest of toots. Look at this beauty. Look how freaking massive it is. Look at that. It's actually got some cool functions that like I wouldn't have expected from a tablet necessarily. Usually like all the buttons on it are kind of just like meh, but it's got some unique features, which is kind of cool. Like the there's like the, well, if you hover over the buttons, I wonder if you see this. You do not. Do you see it when I'm at full display? I'm curious. You kind of see it. Yeah, it's on the side. But if you hover over the buttons, it tells you what they are first, which is kind of cool. But they have like the precision mode, which like, oh god, it's the wrong button. I need my brush tool. it like... I'm hitting the wrong button, aren't I? Maybe I need to be drawing. Of course, I'm not trying to show it off. Now I don't know how it works. Well, I lied. It's probably when it's in a different mode. Well, now I don't know. Well, I couldn't tell you. Never mind. Anyway. Oh. I don't have to do more research on it, but there is like a cool like precision mode where it kind of lets you, I haven't really played around with it too much. Okay, yeah, that does actually change stuff. Give me a second. Hold. Hold. Okay, no, I don't know. I don't even know. Alright, never mind. Anyway. I know you're talking about, haha, yeah. Very pleased that you spent the time to play with it and find cool features. Yeah, I need to play around a little more, apparently, but yeah, you get what I'm talking about. Let's do this. There we go. Let's start. Here's the thought, though. What if we have actual cacti in the background? I now possess a piece of paper that I worked 12 years for. Right? That is how it works. Like, if we have cactuses in the background, right? These are gonna need to be more whatever. But if we have a cactus in the background, I'll need to make it look better. But if we have it in the background, the nice part is it shows the scale of the monster, right? Because right now it's just like, okay, it's a scorpion, right? But if we have it this large, it kind of shows the scale of it. And that could help, potentially. I don't know, maybe my perspective's a little weird, but... we're gonna go for it. Yeah, so the plan today is work on this and then also work on, I want to talk a little bit about armies, because I did another play test, and so I kind of want to just talk about it a little bit. So that's the goal. Are cactuses offset like this, or are they more, or is it more like this? I don't remember. Maybe slightly less offset. I probably should look up a reference. Also, if you guys, I shall receive my freedom in 2 days. Nice. What's up, Maximus? How you doing? How you living? I'm assuming that means you're just have finals, right? The perspective here is a little weird, but we'll make it work. Are you going to be a college boy, Xeno? Yeah, good question. If you're okay with sharing that information, obviously. You obviously don't say where you're going, but if you know, but you know, here we are. Join Mizino, becomes the college boy. The Coolidge, sorry. Cool leg boy. A boy with a cool leg. My hands are so sweaty right now. Sorry, you didn't need to know that. Anyway. I just, like, looked at my art pad and there's just... Anyway, here we are. Don't mind me. Self-reporting, as the kids say. I'm thinking, like, a little small cacti. Little... Anyway, Maximus, welcome in. I played some AAE yesterday with some of my friends. And I tested it with the minion stacking mechanic, which I figured you might find interesting. It went relatively well. Yeah, so it was definitely good, right? The idea is there. I don't know if it is perfect. It was kind of a little annoying to track. I think you're right. If I do go that route, separating the minions from one side to the other definitely is something that should be done. Because as we all know, Maximus is always right. But already accepted one. Nice. Hell yeah, dude. Sorry, that was to Xeno. But I'm not 100% convinced it's the perfect option. I think maybe... Honestly, really what I want to do is I want to play... I've never used, what's her name? The Goddess of Oblivion, or whatever her name is. The one that turns cards into, turns minions into cards. I want to try that, because I almost think that might just be a better mechanic in general. Amazing, must be a bright young lad. I like how you're just talking like an old man. You must be a young whippersnapper. Anyway, oh god. But yeah, in short, I think I'm freaking old, Nailby. I look like I read Richards from the fan. I look like Reed Richards from Fantastic Four. Let me... Well, which Fantastic Four is the real question. I don't know what happened, but... Yeah, I don't know about that. Not the movie one, I wouldn't say. Wait. How many different... There's too many different ones. The grayed-haired one. I'm gray and wrinkly. That's what I'm saying. You're definitely not gray and wrinkly. Deep Toot. Everyone is a handsome specimen. You don't understand. He's about as buff as a superhero, you know what I mean? I'm dying. What was I talking about? Right. Armies. Yeah, I'm not convinced it is the perfect mechanic, though. Deep is canonically 76 years old. Yeah, exactly true. I think this needs to be like way up yonder. Like that maybe. For the perspective to look right. I kind of don't like how that looks. Just like that. Also, I have to ask, how did you interpret the stacking? Because there's different ways to do it. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of like weird things that came up, right? Here, let's take a minute to talk about it, and not be like half talking about it. There's a lot of weird interactions, right? Effects like Butcher trigger once if stack killed per minion, or per minion, or minions per in the stack. I did it minions in the stack. I don't know if that was like the right choice, but it's the one I chose, you know? I was kind of like trying to just figure it out in the moment. Do per time attack effects like cleric's buff trigger a minion stack once? Well, cleric's buff only works on monsters anyway, so that didn't really affect it. But you know, butcher, swamp, that kind of thing, those should in theory affect a stack differently, right? Charm got weird, right? Because like, do you charm one minion off the stack, or do you charm a stack of minions? I ended up doing a stack of minions. I pretty much did it in the player's favor for most of it, but it got weird. There's a lot of, I have notes here somewhere too. I did not open them. Does Mage Shield block one stat? Block one damage from blocking a single attack, or does the... Yeah, there's so many like little things that come up, right? That like I kind of had to like interpret on the fly. Charm should not obliterate the whole stack. That is how I did it for that instance of play. Was it the right call? Not really, but I did it anyway because I thought it just whatever, right? Something like if you have 5 stacks of minions and a Abyssal Horde attacks, how does that work, right? When does that stack on other ones, and then does that stack attack again, or does that individual one attack? Okay, so there's no one major idea that rules for most unknown situations. Yeah, I was kind of just leading it in the favor of the player for starters because I didn't know how weird it was. There's a lot of weird interactions, more or less, is the result of that. The idea being, is a stack of minions multiple minions being together, or is it one strong minion? The problem is I treated it kind of as both. No, there is one idea. Yeah, I guess it's true, right? It should have been probably... I treated it as 2, mostly because I kind of ended up doing this on the fly, right? I kind of wasn't... Like, we were midway into the game, and they were, like, had 2 lands that was going to draw minions, and I'm like, okay, do you want to play with this new temporary version, or do you want to do, you know, or this new, like, theoretical version of the game, or do you want to play with, you know, normally, and then so we chose to do the, you know, this idea, but I didn't like fully concentrate on that. I think you need to pick one. My thought is being one strong minion, and Charm needs to have its own caveat as Charm does. Yeah, I mean, technically Charm already does have a caveat, but it still kills a high level minion. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're saying like it would take one off the stack. My mouse is just broken. I need a new one. Which I actually have. I should just switch it out. Anyway, I agree. However, before I decide if I'm going to make this change, I think I am just going to play against Goddess of Oblivion, because I don't know if 3 is the right number, but this honestly might just be the mechanic to use. Maybe 5 is the right number, and Oblivion's just like a harder version of that. But I think replacing them with a new card is maybe an easier thing to track and arguably probably more interesting. Not only would it kill a big minion, it also give you like 3 to 4 cards. Or it gives you 1 minion with 4 units on it, right? Is the way I did it. They took over the minion and it gave you the number of minions. The number, because basically what I did is I just put counters on the minions. I was just like, okay, so now there's 2 here, right? I kind of disagree on it being a better idea, but it gives me a potentially better idea. Fair. I mean, there's a lot of variance within this, right? But I think that it's worth trying, right? I haven't even played against this, but it gives me 2 ideas, actually. Okay, I'm ready to hear it. So one of those needs to cook for a bit, but the other I'll share. Okay. I'll let you cook. But yeah, more or less, it was a little bit annoying to track. Yeah, my head is just peeling like crazy. No unleashing the bald. Yeah, so it kind of works. I mean, my biggest problem is like when minions are added and then like it gets a little bit weird. There's max minion count, let's say 5, okay? When that count is reached, for every minion draw over that, the max counter, the old god takes a counter on the side, and for every X on that counter, they draw a card. That's because the biggest distaste about the idea you said is likely you make the board not have any minions on it or 1 minion left or something. Yeah. At that point, cards less synergies that like having lots of minions to kill become pretty useless. That's true. But they already become useless when you have stacking minions as well. Unless you, like, if, say you have a swamp, right? In theory, if minions are stacking, this should only count as 1 minion. Even if it has a stack of 2. If it's treated as 1 card, if this dies, that should still only... And arguably, those cards probably need to be nerfed. They've been too strong for probably too long. Stacking minions makes sure they have at least 3 or 4 minions to kill. Oblivion might leave 0 after draw phase. I mean, true. I think Oblivion's too low a number. Like 3 is too low. 5 I think is better. Maybe even 6, but you'd end up nerfing Swamp, Fortress, God of War, Butcher, etc. Yeah. I think 3 is too little. I still want to play this because I'm curious. Even if Oblivion is 5 or 6, there's still a good shot you'll have no minions left. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends. I see what you're saying though, right? Like once you get to a certain number of minions, it just draws cards instead. I see what you're saying. But then you have to deal with all these plus more cards, which gets kind of like... It doesn't solve the number of attack problem. Yo, Anonymous, what's up, dude? Me and Anonymous were hanging out earlier on Macrosnat's channel. It aids for the problem, doesn't fully solve it. Yeah. I mean, I don't think we're ever gonna fully solve it, but I don't know. I think I just have to play test different ones and see what feels the best. This one's okay. I think if I play it again, I am gonna do the separate piles. I don't necessarily like that once you get to a certain number of minions, it feels better to track it with counters than it does with you know, more endling cards. That feels weird to me, but I guess an interesting part is once you have, like, you'd only need to have 5 endlings in a deck, right? Unless we start adding different types of minions, which should probably be a function at some point, but I'm not sure what that entails yet. Yo. It helps less than any idea I suggested. What does? Sorry, wait. Which what helps less? Sorry, I've been rambling too much and I forgot what I said. But yeah, I mean, I like having replacing minions with counters. Yeah. I mean, it's yeah. I agree. Yeah, I mean, there would only be one counter here, right? I don't know. We'll have to see. Oh, replacing minions with card draw. Okay, so you're saying, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to test it, and we'll see what happens, right? I'm gonna test both. I mean, this is already something in the game that I can just test at some point, and so that I think seems like the simplest thing, and we can see how Oblivion plays. Have you played against Oblivion yet? Counters help the attack issue more. Yeah, true. Well, it might not need as much help as I'm estimating. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is this does change a lot of interactions. Arguably, it makes the player a lot weaker in theory if we just, because I think you can't treat them as individual cards. You really arguably have to treat these as individual, a stat. Wow, can't talk. You have to treat each of these as a stack of can I start over again? You'd have to treat each minion as an individual thing. Each stack is an individual monster, which essentially nerfs Yeah, it nerfs a bunch of like on death effects. And then moving them over here basically makes Abyssal Overseer super strong. I think that's really the main thing. The Abyssal Overseer gets powerful as hell. That's probably okay, because it's a pretty weak card. Message held for auto mod. Stream boo. Nod. Yeah, honestly, it probably makes it better, because it's kind of weak right now. Yeah, you're right. So, yeah, we'll probably, I'll probably go with this, but no promises yet. I think I'm at a point where I just need to test a bunch of stuff and then figure out what works best, right? So that is the current idea, or that's currently what's going on, right? So, okay, so the thing is, oh, sorry, I've played a bit against Oblivion. It's all right. Okay. From the first day I've been playing, I've been testing minions on the side. Yeah. I mean, that, I would say it probably doesn't change all that much, right? Arguably the biggest effect it has is this guy. Everything else is kind of like, meh, right? It does mean, like, if your strongest is a character with 1, they might be a little stronger, but arguably it doesn't really do that much different. It's probably better for the game, really. It's easier to track, like you were saying. Because, yeah, you mentioned a few of your points the other day when we were talking about it. It does make the old gods stronger, I would say, but that's fine, probably. Not in, like, a super substantial way, really. Yeah. Those are my... let me see if I have any other thoughts on it. My friends were suggesting having, like, basically, like, when minions merge, like, you have, like, similar to the Oblivion mechanic, except when minions merge, they become like a new type of card. The idea works. I'm not sure I want to add new cards, right? Like I don't know. That idea, I'm kind of like, I just don't want to add more to the game, right? It's already like we've already scope creeped for too long. I don't want to add new types of cards, like new types of minions and that kind of crap. It could work. Maybe it's a better solution. I don't know. God, I'm so prone to scope creeping. It's already too much, man. There's already way too much. I don't mind adding to the game, but the core mechanics, we just, like, really need to get locked in, right? I mean, honestly, it's probably helpful that, like, y'all's ideas are prone to scope creeping, and I just try to keep the game from over creeping, right? Your ideas, your goal, your job is to throw stuff at me, and I go, it's cool, but we can't do that, you know? Or, yeah, okay, fine, we can do that. some of it is like arguably me probably being precious about the game, being like, oh, well, it's been this way. I don't know if I should change it. It's like baseball. we throw you bat, exactly. Yeah, like me being like, I don't know if the minions should be on, you know, one side of the board. That might just be me being like, oh, but it's been that way. Why would we change it? You know, they all runs true. But is it better? Probably. I that's 100% you being precious. Yeah, 100%. I think I just find it interesting having minions interspersed between stuff, but it's really not, I guess, right? Unless if minions like have different capabilities, it's really not that whatever. I find it annoying. At least you're honest. Oh, sorry. I thought you meant you find me being precious annoying. You find having them interspersed be annoying. Honestly, either way, it's fair. Maybe you find it both annoying. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that'll probably be multiple people. It wasn't both. I'm assuming that's now it is, not it is. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll probably end up doing that. See how it goes. But yeah, I also want to test Oblivion. I really, actually, I've only really been playing against Null because, I don't know. It's like I'm trying to determine game balance, so Null is really the best one to figure it out, right? Because Null is like the base difficulty of the game, arguably, right? So I haven't really tested any of these guys, or this guy for that matter. I've been randomizing the Olga deck when playing and just refusing the easy one. Yeah. Because no offense, AE gets boring fast if you overdo it. Oh, like if you play the same thing over and over and over again. Like you play Null every time. Or just play the game a lot. And no offense taken. I need the honesty, right? If you're like, this game sucks, then yeah, I probably, you know, playing a lot gets boring. Playing the same god gets boring faster. Gotcha. Okay. I mean, arguably, we've been playing this game for like, what, a year? Actually, I wanted to check that. I want to see how long you've been watching me for. That sounds creepier than it should, but because I know how to check this. Oh god, this isn't a statistic I'm ready for. Honestly, time freaking flies, you know? You joined when I was working on my border for the game. I remember that. Or not the game, but for the, oh god. You've been here for 10 months. No, you've only been here for 10 months. Now I realize it's probably been more than a year. It's 10 months. Because I was working on... I remember I was working on the border, right? The like... I guess I overestimated it. Still, 10 months is a long time. So you've been playing this, like, seeing this game for 10 months, and playing any game for 10 months in a row is, you know, a lot. I think I was subbed to you before I joined the stream, probably, yeah. Like a stalker, yeah, sorry. Can't be too far behind. Yeah, I'm trying to remember when you joined Anonymous. I can't pinpoint the exact time. I'm trying to remember. Do you remember what stream you joined in on? It was after I saw one of your YouTube vids. Yeah. I do remember that. You've been here for a while too, true. I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I'm just like looking through it. Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah, I don't know. I could go back and look, but yeah, I don't know. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, 10 months. We've been playing this game for 10 months. It's bound to get boring, right? That's why I hadn't played it for like a month. Obviously, I'm working on Black Ridge too. But honestly, I've been feeling a lot better about it lately. Just because honestly, I took a break and then like, I don't know, just playing it again and you know, that kind of stuff. It definitely helps. You know, watching other people, their game stuff, you know, all that kind of stuff. It always helps. You know, different YouTube videos and you know, I mean, even watching sorry, my brain just like literally malfunctioned. Watching like Macrosnat's video or stream is also helping, you know. Having people doing that, all y'all being supportive, all that kind of crap, right? That's helping me be reinvigorated. But yeah. I think we're gonna have to play around with this mechanic, see if stacking works, see if yeah, man, that's a big help. It really is, right? Just like having people to just talk to about game design or any of that, or just listening to people talk about game design, and like helps get the idea, the brain juice flowing. But yeah, anyway, is there any other weird things? Oh yeah, Necromancer and Necromancer Altar are a weird combo now. So you have Necromancer, you have Necromancer Altar. The heck is it? There it is. Yeah, your thoughts got the juices flowing for me today for sure. Awesome. Also, welcome in. Welcome on in. Yeah, no, it's great to just like be able to talk about that kind of stuff, right? It really helps being able to brainstorm with someone. This is a weird interaction. Say you don't have a land, you place your Necromancy Altar, it is disabled, but the Necromancer's passive, if you have a Necromancy Altar in play, this hero returns to your hand when it dies. So in theory, this should still return to your hand, even though this effect shouldn't be doing anything, right? So that is a weird conundrum. Yeah, turned in play to active. Yeah, I figured that's probably the solution. It's kind of interesting the other way, but I think it really should be active. But then active, does that mean like people might think, no, it wouldn't mean that. was gonna say people might think like an active unit effect, but no, just, yeah. But yeah, that was a weird one. Easy fix, but it was a weird thing. Little things like stuff for the co-op sort of aspect. It might be cool to have something like Shadow's Den. It says draw 3 cards, play one of your choice, reshuffle the rest. This might be fun if you made it so any player can do it. So like, say I kill this, but I could give my the other player the option to have this. That kind of plays more into the whole co-op thing. Maybe there's also like the idea of like, maybe it's better not to do that, because then it's a choice whether it's like, okay, should I kill this or should you kill this because you really need the cards. That's kind of interesting. Bada bing, bada boom. Sorry, I'm like, why can't I do that? Read that. Your problem is now. Couldn't rhyme. I'm not gonna say that out loud. Yeah, I think it should remain as is. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Yesterday when I wrote the note, I'm like, oh yeah, it should be like whatever, but that actually is more interesting when players you know, do that. When players have to decide. The only other thing is, I don't know, like something like it's Death Effect, the Mauve, the Forgotten. Each player gains 4 units to reallocate on any card. I don't know how I feel about that. It's kind of cool, but also kind of like feels lackluster, but it's probably more powerful than you'd think, you know? Because I've had thoughts exactly as you said. Yeah. Yeah, that was what I was thinking before I ended, like when I ended the play session, and then now that I'm looking at it again, I'm like, it's still co-op play if you have to decide who kills it, right? Most Death Effect is supposed to be not good. Would World Ender can be positive, draws at times. Yeah, that's true. I think I'm just kind of like meh on this card because the effect needs to be written better. So maybe that's why I'm... It also keeps dying before it can do anything, so I don't know. Maw is weaker and Death Effect is not that good, and you can deactivate it, so you might want to keep it alive, right? Why do we have... I'm thinking this through again. This monster attacks before card draw. Right. The idea is that if you kill all the minions, it shouldn't be able to attack. I don't know. I really got to think that through. It just feels weird. 15 is still a bunch of units. You might even want to buff it to make it even more. Yeah. You should leave yourself comments like you leave comments in code, but on your cards. Yeah, things that I don't understand anymore. Yeah, I gotta think about Maw a little bit more, but anyway, I mean that's kind of the general thoughts. There wasn't too much, but it was interesting seeing other people play, especially because they were playing suboptimally in some scenarios. but we'll see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to decide on what minion mechanic to use. I do want to play against Oblivion though, and just see how it goes. I need some clarity on that. I mean, it is weird though, like if you make this like, oh, once you have 5 minions, it merges into like a single card, like that concept would be weird if you do that and you draw like a Blightmite, right? Like that feels pretty like a not worthwhile trade-off, right? Like Blightmite's strong, but it's not 5 minions strong necessarily. Like Blightmite would have to be buffed at that point. The average OG card is weaker than 5 minions. Yeah. So maybe like that means the old god cards need to be stronger. But the average OG card is stronger than 3 minions. That's probably true. I don't know. Here we are. That's the main notes. I don't think I have anything else right now. I mean, I got some ideas while playing. I thought it'd be cool to have death effects that disable a card. So like say you kill a monster. I mean, maybe it could even be something if we wanted a different effect for Maw of the Forgotten. So when you kill Maw, it lets you disable another card on the board. So I could just be like, you know, disable that card. So that's a cool concept, I thought. That's fun. A 3 minion forest just draws 3 cards. It's very true, basically. Also, the less you make minion cards ratio, the closer you are to instantly get. Right, yes. Agreed. At 4 minions, 2 strength, 10 minions draw land. I forgot the name. Ends up drawing a card. Right, yeah. That's true. Infernos? No, Barons. Closer to insanity you get, yeah. So yeah. But yeah, disabling cards for killing a thing seems interesting. And then what was the other thing? Oh, like something like a triggered effect when you draw a card, you gain units. I think that would be really cool for a structure for like if you're playing God of what's it called? God of Magic. I think that would be kind of cool. Just 2 random ideas. That would be like more expansion cards, which, you know, we'll do eventually, but obviously not the focus of anything right now. So, anywho's, those are all the thoughts. I think I'm probably gonna go back to Blackridge until, you know, for now. I'm gonna keep playing the game. I might try to do another playtest on Friday, maybe. And I have been tempted to just have my friends see if they want to playtest like randomly throughout the week, and then I'd maybe stream it. I'm not 100% certain on that. Depends on how tired I am. But yeah, that's maybe a thought. But yeah, those are my thoughts. I'm glad to hear your thoughts as well. We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna keep playtesting until I get to some sort of solution I'm satisfied with. Once I get my freedom, AE shall consume my soul once more. Honestly, I think we're getting close to the same here because I committed to doing 4 more cards for Blackridge. Just because I want a little more variation, and I also want more creatures. And the ratio of adding 4 more cards, whether they're 3 more creatures and 1 more incident, or 4 more creatures, I think would be a good ratio. And then after that, there's only like little things that I'll pick away at, which might not even be like things I do on stream necessarily. But this game is close to being finished. I know I've said that like a lot, but here we are. Like, I probably should make these look a little nicer. I've been still thinking about the font. I don't know if I necessarily care that it's still the inscription font for the base text. Does it matter? I don't know. Like for now, it probably doesn't matter. It's a prototype. If I end up selling it, maybe I'll just swap it out for something different. Been tempted to make my own font. I feel like that could be interesting. But yeah, we're really close. Of course, I say that, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But we did add the Greed Marrow Ghoul, Marrow, whatever you want to call it, Greed Marrow, I guess, Ghoul. I think that's cool. We're working on a Cactus Scorpion. I don't know exactly what its ability is yet. I have like an ability, but I don't know if it matches its aesthetic. I kind of just started drawing because it was an idea. But yeah, I think we're gonna work on that for a bit, and then when we are done with that, well, we got enough cards to do. I could do more stream stuff, but I think the rest of the stream's probably just working on Green Marrow is a dope name. Yeah, that's that was a Toot original. Toot came up with that one. The lore is also kind of what if Cactus Cactuspian deals 1 damage to everyone participating no matter what? That could be interesting. That's kind of how this one works, but it's corruption. So this one, like, it's actually interesting because it's kind of reverse. All non-participating players or ones who have lost the bet gain 1 item. So if you lose, you actually gain an item. If you kill it, you take a corruption, but you gain 4 items. So it's like, do you just take 1 item and leave, or do you try to... It's like risk reward kind of thing. It's not even risk reward, but it's, But that also is cool. Worst case, joining and losing. Best case, joining and winning. Yeah, so that's like one of those things where it's like, that could be cool, right? I do like that idea. That's unique, right? I need to actually open up my notes here. I think I had one other idea, and I can't remember what it is right now, but I will tell you in half a second. I think it's probably better for a different card. If I remember correctly. Oh yeah, the idea is a card where Basically a card where if you win, you get to give a corruption to a specific target, right? So if you win, you get to corrupt a person. That was my idea. Like the reward is I can give a corruption to someone. So I think that's kind of a cool idea. I don't know what that would be. But yeah, I do like that idea. I think I like your idea for that. I also thought of like a tug of war. Tug of war is like a weird way to put this, but the idea would be like a multi-event, except one side does something to the people participating in the other side and vice versa. Like winning the bet deals 2 damage to the person on the other bet, but then like I don't know if people would take it. I don't know, I think that's kind of actually that maybe actually is kind of cool. Huh. And then you just have a detriment. So maybe that's the other one. Anyway, I do like that idea though. Let's finish this art up. And then we'll do some other stuff. Or we'll implement it rather. I also do owe Toot some art. Because he courteously sent me this awesome tablet. Look how freaking massive this thing is. It's not close to the screen. It's actually just that big. Because Toot's a champion, you know what I mean? It's pretty much a big deal. Dang, I know, right? It's freaking massive. Toot is a boss. The old Toot boss. It's so funny calling him Toot. I don't know why. It's just funny. But yeah. I said in exchange I would draw him. He wants me to draw a deep Toot. And I don't know what that means, but I'll have to figure that out. And he wants it up to my interpretation, which I do not know how to interpret, if I'm being completely honest with you. Because I think we talked about this. It's hard to draw, hard to draw something deep without like context, right? I also need to figure out like what he actually wants from it. I don't know if he's still here, but like, does he want a character? Does he want just an illustration? You know what I mean? Does he want just whatever I want to do? Let's see. Honestly, I might make these slightly less less opaque because they're less important. And then we got to give everything the smudge treatment. Give the old smudge. Song always goes so freaking hard. It's like kind of like normally ambient sort of background music, and then all of a sudden the song is like, you know, it's just really going for it. Why does this look too dark? Because it's linear... Wait, am I at the wrong... It's linear light, right? Yeah, this is also the wrong color. Linear light. There we go. It's because I'm at the wrong opacity. It's 40, not... Means this needs to be way lighter. Also, do we put a stamp on here? I don't know what stamp it would be. Probably the trading one, maybe? Like this thing attacks like traveling caravans and that kind of crud. It is out in the desert. That seems like it would make the most sense. But it also could just be the protection agency that wants to kill this. I don't know. What's our ratio here? I feel like... Could go either way. Let's do protection agency. The lore. Oh, we also need a name for this creature. I like this up here. Maybe like there. That one. Also, let's just rotate it differently. Maybe like that. Just for difference sake. Yeah, we'll need a name. Cactus Scorpion is bad, you know? We need some sort of cool name. Oh, we've hit an ad. I'm so sorry. I'm going to take a break, though. Just let people know on chat, and give me 2 seconds to walk about.
I've been trying to think of a way to create a magic system for my game that lets players craft their own spells. And after years of searching, I finally found a solution from an unlikely place. Mad Libs. Yeah, that's right, Mad Libs. The book that you fill in random words to get silly sentences like, "Ouch," he said stupidly as he jumped into his convertible cat and drove off with his brave wife. Or at least that's what the book has as like a prompt. Anyway, but before I get to explain how I use this in my game, let's talk about magic and games in general. Because even though I've been trying to find a solution to making spells in games, it's not like it hasn't been done before. I'm making a tabletop role-playing game, so let's look at the king of TTRPGs, Dungeons & Dragons. Yeah, I look at this game a lot. Get over it. But yeah, while I say digging into it, there's really not that much digging to be done. There's about a total of 4 paragraphs in the Dungeon Master Guide, 3 paragraphs of which say, "Look at this chart, you dumb, stupid idiot." And the others say, "If you create too powerful spells or dumb ones, then you'll break the game." Of course, this is paraphrasing a bit, but, you know, it's hardly a structured system for spells. Which basically means the best way to make a spell in D&D is make up whatever you want the spell to do, and then find an existing one to keep it balanced. Which allows you to figure out what sort of stats, along with spell slots or spell components, if you use those. Okay, so this really isn't going to work for us, so let's take a look at video games. One that always comes to mind for me is Oblivion. The concept for this was pretty simple. There was a list of magical effects the player acquired based on their mastery of each spell. Then there was a category for the way the player would cast a spell, whether it's self, touch, or target. Target meaning spell like pew pew. Furthermore, longer durations or more powerful effects would have a higher gold cost, along with a higher mana cost when you actually, use the spell. So this is a pretty cool idea. However, in classic Bethesda style, it could be completely abused and made the game incredibly broken. For instance, I remember one time making a character with 100% chameleon, which basically made you invisible all the time, and other characters couldn't even see you, even when you were attacking them. Or this one I found where someone used a drain effect to somehow become invisible riding a horse, seeing your own lifeless body. I don't know. Now, that isn't to say that in a tabletop RPG, a game master couldn't help balance this sort of system and make it fair, but that just kind of puts us back in the same problem of D&D's spell creation. Now, I know there's probably newer games that have better spell systems that exist. Like, I think Wizards of Legends is supposed to have some cool stuff, but I don't have time to play other people's
Sorry
games.
about that.
I'm making my own game.
Lost track of
Okay, but seriously, let's get to the point. I was pondering all of this over one day,
go back
and then it came to me. Mad Libs. A sentence with a bunch of blanks filled with...
Again, if you liked that video or finding it interesting, you can find me at Beats Creations on YouTube. I believe that is the Mad Lib Magic System video. Okay, yeah, we need a name for this guy, and we need... that's about it. We need a name. I guess we need to write it out. I'm trying to decide if I want to do more art or just fully figure this guy out. I don't know, what do you guys want to do? You want to do mechanics, or do you want to more art? I'm cool with either. I guess we gotta brainstorm stuff anyway, right? I gotta actually figure out I gotta figure out what to do next anyway, so we gotta kind of just pivot to mechanics and brainstorming regardless. So let's do that. I don't think we're going to end up doing Locust Swarm, but that could be interesting. I guess we'll see. So Cactus Scorpion, we need a name. If anyone thinks of a name, let me know. Lore. Also don't have lore. Let's talk about mechanics. Take 1 damage if you fail the bet. Let's just copy the words. May as well. Event cards. Detriment. Why am I... Oh, detriment. Sorry, I was like... confused for a second there. will be take 1 damage. And then the reward, take 1 damage and gain what? What are we gaining? We could gain, I mean, rations is usually the obvious one. It could be different in like you gain a weapon for doing this. Maybe you gain 2 weapons. I think that could be interesting. Typically gaining weapons for weapons is not like a mechanic that I would think is cool. But because you're kind of forced into this one, gaining weapons might be kind of interesting. So let's do gain 2 weapons. Plus it kind of is thematic, like the scorpion's kind of like just like a living weapon. So I think that's kind of fun. I like that. A scorpion is a living weapon. Beats quote of the day. I've also been thinking, I do want to, I kind of want to do the art wall idea. I still have Maximus's sock sitting here. I didn't have it on my wall because I don't want like the paint to like peel. I don't think, you know, Scotch tape is going to actually cause an issue, but I do want to have, I think I actually want to make like just past my like background design, like over here, like above the couch, to have like an art wall of other people. I think that would be cool. I don't know how to do that yet though. Like maybe my art, maybe, well, like, but like definitely other people's art, like people in the community's art. I think that would be cool. I don't know how that would work though. I don't know if that would be a redeem or if that would be just something that whenever like I review art, put it up there or what. But I think that would be a cool idea. Okay, we need a name for a cactus scorpion. We are going to ChatGPT, but I'm not going to ask it what to name a cactus scorpion. I'm just going to ask for words related to each thing and then maybe combine something. Try to be a little more a little more thorn growth needle, a little more original. Scorpion is like a weird word. Sorry, I thought I heard something. I was like, kitten? Pincer, tail, stinger. We also can always like relate these to like some sort of demon as well. I'm trying to decide if I want to do like keep doing the double like hyphenated words, because like I could do like a, you know, I don't know, what's some words here, like a scuttlethorn or like a I don't know. Can't even think of anything. Venom something. you know, right? Like I could have two hyphenated words, like the I guess Hellhound is one of them, but like the Green Marrow Ghoul, right? Keeps calling it Marrow. I don't know. Can you pronounce Marrow either way? I don't know. Here we are. But yeah, coming up with a name for it, and then obviously some lore. I don't know if this is really what I'm feeling doing right now, but I don't know if I have the creative naming energy. It might just be an art kind of day, but we'll see. We want to create a row above. We want it to be a creature. All right, I've instantly caved. Spine crawler. Interesting. Needle maw. Barb venom. Desert pincer. Sand spike. Meh. Meh. I do like spine crawler is the coolest one I can see, but spine isn't necessarily like I guess like a cactus has a spine, but what are we doing? I am trying to name this boy. He is a cactus scorpion. Mechanically, Maximus. Aractus? Aren't scorpions arachnid? That is kind of cool. Let's find out. Are scorpions arachnids? Yeah, scorpions are arachnids. Interesting. Aractus is like a cool word. That kind of sounds sick. It kind of reminds me of Dune, like Arrakis, you know? Aractus is actually like that's a sick sounding name. Oh yeah, well, I think it just sounds cool, right? Okay, I like that a lot. It does. I'm trying to decide because we kind of have like a thing going on with names where it's kind of like a title almost. Maybe? I think Aractus might work. Aractus Scorpion. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because like the Green Marrow Ghoul, like we're talking about doing Greed Marrow, but like it felt weird as like just calling it the Green Marrow, and Green Marrow Ghoul kind of feels better. I don't know. All I got. I'm gonna think that through for a second, because yeah, a lot of them are like the Blackwater Bog Beast. Like that's a title. I'm trying to think if, but like Hellhound is also one thing, right? Aractus. Aractus could be the name. Yeah, I think Aracus. The Desert Scourge. Interesting. Okay. I'm liking that. That's cool. Let's just start with Aractus, right? I like that. Aractus. Sorry, my keyboard is whack. No, you're good. You're good. Is that how you would spell that? Cactus Aractus. Cactus Aractus. There'd probably only be one S, right? Cactus, yeah. Cactus Arac. I just want to make sure I'm spelling it like people would expect. Aractus, yeah, that's cool. Scourge, I kind of like. I mean, it could just be the Aractus Scourge, right? Holy smokes, it's a beat. Yo, Runner Bean. Bean, what are you doing? One day you're gonna come in here, I'm gonna do that, and someone's gonna be like, what the hell is he talking about? Why is he making weird noises? Scorgion. Like Scorpion Scourge. Is it too much or is it cool? Oh man. I kind of like it. Too much cheese on that hamburger? I don't know, dude. It's kind of like somewhere in between, and I don't know how I feel. Scourgion. Fuck it, we ball, you know what I mean? It's weird, I don't normally swear, but then just I swore there. At least not on stream. I try not to be like too swearing, mostly for YouTube. Also, I don't like normally just like throw out curse words, but you know, here we are. We definitely need more multi-event creatures. You have a literal beeper to use for that. It's true. Kind of slipped out, you know? You know what, Bean? I don't appreciate you pointing that out. So, you know what? You, okay? I'm just kidding. That's what I have to say. I don't mean it. Anyway. Maybe you didn't say, fuck. I didn't say anything, actually. I said, maybe you know? So it could have meant anything, really. The Aractus Scourgion. Scourgion? Scourgion. Aractus Scourgion. It almost sounds scientific. Is it too much? I don't know. We're gonna roll with it. It's Latin for your fuck. Beautiful. We get to see if YouTube like de-promotes my live stream now that I've sworn. It's an experiment, really. It's all for the test. I control enter, not shift enter. Thank you, Kay. Do we really only have 2 creatures that are multi-events? That's kind of insane. Just copy and paste this. Seems maybe the next 2. What do we have? I had one that you can give a damage to someone. Maybe it's like a 2-part thing. Like either you give a damage to someone or the other one is like you get rations or something like that. I don't know if I need to like actually make it a multi-event, but I feel like I should have more if we're even gonna have multi-events. Otherwise I just like take them away. It's like whatever. I suppose one of these could be, but yeah, I think maybe the thing to do is insert row below. Insert row below. Okay, I think the 2 things we're going to do. I don't know if we do Locust Swarm. We did Cactus Scorpion. We called this Aractus Scourgion. Scourgion. Yeah. I was like, is that how? Trying to make sure I'm pronouncing right. Oh, we do need lore for it. That would be funny if the lore was just like it's Latin for. I can't put that as the lore, but that would be funny if that was just the line. We do have the Spittoon Snake as an idea. But here's what we got mechanically, right? We have. I'm just gonna erase these for now. These are just ideas. These could be these creatures, but maybe not necessarily. So mechanically, it is one is like idea 1 is kill the creature is 1 or give a player a my brain stopped working. Corruption. And then like have. See, I can never spell corruption. I don't know why. There's no. Okay, gotcha. Always 2 R's. It always messes me up. And then like, or maybe it's like, maybe it's something. This is something else. Maybe it's like something X, right? Curse the creature. Give a. I don't know, it could be like pray to the creature or something weird, right? And then killing the creature grants gain 2 rations. So that'd be a multi-event. That's idea 1. Idea 2, we probably will do both of these, but we'll need like a creature for each of them, right? So this one's like deal 2 damage. I think it's corruption. To the other event in the in to the other multi event in this on this card, maybe? Who's calling me? Suspected spam caller. Not for me, thank you. It's been a very long time since I got a spam call. Deal 2 corruption to the other, or to the maybe participants of the other event in this multi-event. Something like that. Not a spam caller, indeed. And then, like, the other one's just the same thing. It could be, like, 1 damage if we wanted to be, like, interesting, but I kind of like it being both the same. And then, like, the cost would be the same, too. So we need kind of, like, thematically what this would be, right? So, this one's almost like a duel, but it's, like, more like... This could be a, incident, potentially. But it behaves more like a creature. So I'm not sure, right? It's kind of like a weird in-between. And then the detriment, right? All non-participating players probably take 2 damage. Ooh, this could even be 1 corruption. That might be more fair. It's really weird. I'm not really sure what to call this one, though. And it might be kind of too punishing, but maybe that's okay. Anyway, yeah, we gotta think of like what kind of creature this could be, right? What either of these could be. One, both have to deal with corruption, so it's kind of like I feel like it should be almost some sort of like demonic creature, but like it'd be almost cool if this is like Devil's Deal, right? Make a deal. And maybe this is a ration cost, actually. That would make sense. Maybe an offering, actually. That's kind of cool. What kind of desert demons do we have? I mean, desert demon actually could just be a cool thing, but I don't know what that looks like, right? That's a visual, like, a visual, I do like the spittoon snake idea, but I'm not entirely certain. It's funny, but I'm not sure if we're gonna go with that. Snake is a snake is a good idea though. Like this could be like some sort of demonic snake thing. A spittoon is kind of funny, but maybe not quite the direction I want to go with it. I think we want some sort of demonic snake for this. Which I think gives me enough direction to start this one. I don't know about the other one yet, though. And I'm still not sure if this is a... incident or not. It feels like it could be, or it feels like it could be either, honestly. It almost feels like it should be an event. It could just be more description, right? And it could be an event. Dang, I missed the beans entry. Hopefully I don't miss dessert, can't remember which is which. Help. Honestly, you're asking a dyslexic person, so good luck. You said entree, not entry. See, I'm so bad at words. I hate English. Anyway, what's up, Maximus? Welcome on back. I think we got this. Oh, we need lore for the card, but maybe we just get it implemented right away, just for the giggles. Lore is for later, you know? Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, I struggle with the lore. Even though, like, I really like story. I guess I just need to write more or be more confident about it. But I get, like, I feel weird about writing. And that's a me thing, really, but... I don't know. I need to get better at that. All right, we called this thing the Aractus Scourgion. Scourgion. Which is a wild name, but I'm here for it. Aractus Scourgion. I'm gonna call it prick either way, so it's fine. There you go. We don't have lore for it yet. Yeah, and I don't know. I just feel weird that I don't have. I'm like bad at coming up with lore. when I like care about story stuff. And that's kind of like, I guess, my next video. I want to talk about that, but who knows when I'm going to have that done, because I'm I don't know. I've been struggling, arguably struggling to get anything done, at least of value. I've been tempted to just like stream more often just because I'm struggling to work off of stream, but I don't know. Here we are. Shrug and just get a bunch of game work done, but I don't know. Let's see what this looks like. There he is. I think Scourgian might be too much, but I'm still trying to. Aractus is sick. I'm still unsure about Scourgian. Like Scorpion Scourge mixed, Cactus Arachnid mixed. Still unsure. We're living with it right now, though. We're here and we're living with it. Anyway, I think we're drawing a snake. Some sort of demonic snake thing. Nope. Don't recommend reading aloud. Walking on two legs isn't Latin awesome. So cool. Latin's awesome. Yeah, I think Scourgian might be too much. I think it might just go with Scourge. Too much of a mouthful and doesn't quite fit the whatever. I do like it, but I don't think it quite works. Aractus Scourge. Anyway, next. All right, snake. Snake? Snake? Snake! All right, we're going for like a demon snake sort of thing. Does it just look like a snake, or are we doing something a little crazier? This does have some like biblical implications, I would say, but here we are. But I guess devils have a religious connotation regardless, right? Or demons in general. Although I guess demons is like a kind of almost like a universal like concept almost. Like, it is in a lot of mythology and stuff too. Sorry, excuse me. I am looking for references. I apologize for the me doing nothing here. I love how, like, snakes are scary, but then you look at them and they're just little guys, you know? They just got little faces. They're just little derpy looking things. Just like, little tongue. I mean, they've certainly got a maw, but you definitely want its mouth open. But sometimes even that is like not scary. It just looks like a little guy going, ah! Not to just yell, but hopefully that wakes you up if you're sleepy. All right, this is the picture. This is probably AI as well. Gotta love using AI as reference. But we're going for a vibe and not for realism, so. All right. Gotta love how anyone coming in is just reading Maximus's message. It's good. A rattlesnake would make the most sense. Good call. A desert creature, right? Aren't I the best, Maximus? You are. You are the best. Honestly, I don't know how much accuracy I'm going for here. I think it might not even be like I might use their scale patterns, but I'm probably just gonna use a close-up reference that isn't even real, because I just need kind of the I think the composition we're going for is more like head and body like this, right? Then it will be like snake curled up, right? Or like a bone naga from D&D, something like that. That is also a good reference. Do we want it a bone snake? Is that cooler? It would be hard to draw, though. I mean, not necessarily. I mean, kinda. But, like, this style is pretty nebulous, right? Like, even my skeleton here, like, I drew a skeleton, and technically they have ribs and stuff down here, but it's not like I drew every rib or everything, right? Or anything. Like, it's not actually very detailed, right? So it's just more implication, right? I mean, who doesn't like bony boys? True. Gotta stop saying what Maximus says. I'm just kidding. I mean, it feels more demonic. And they're also pretty cool looking. They're skulls. I'm basically drawing a skull, right? God, their skulls are crazy. Because they don't have, like, their jaw doesn't have the, like, they don't have a chin, right? Because it unhinges. I guess I can literally just show you. Look at this. Boop. I hate how this is on the wrong side. Full display. Look at this. Shoop. It's pretty crazy. Like super complex skull, like a lot of moving parts. And then you look at this and you're like, that's AI. Because it's not even right. We're in Adobe stock. I love how Googling skeleton shows you so much terribly inaccurate images. Yeah, I know. Like, look at this snake here. Or make a rattlesnake with skulls making up the rattler. That could be interesting. It's not even because AI. There's just a bunch of inaccurate ass props and stuff too. True. Like bat skeletons with ears attached to make them look more bat-like, right? Yeah. Where, yeah, it uses the stuff that would be cartilage. I'm kind of cool with this, though, right? Like, something that's... The split jaw is kind of cool. It doesn't have to be accurate either. Like, this is a fantastical creature, right? It has to be, like, based in accuracy, but doesn't actually have to be real, right? This is probably the best reference, although I like how these look better, but they're not really showing me the angle I would need. Let's try it. This feels more interesting than just drawing a normal snake, though. You know what I mean? So, we're gonna try it. Sorry, back to art display. That way you can see it better. It's got a big old eye. And then, you know, a shape like this for its head. It is certainly complicated. You're not wrong. And then it's got... We need general shapes. Start with general shapes. Don't get too bogged down. And then... I guess sort of a... Sketches always look super weird, and I'm trying to like be less precious about sketches. Sometimes I get like, I draw a line, I'm like, oh, that line looks good, so I'm just gonna keep that line forever, even if it's like not like good, you know? But yeah, I guess to your point, Maximus, or almost like maybe even against your point, I think I might make this slightly between the two, right? Between like a normal snake and like a snake skeleton, but not because like it makes the like partly because I can it's like the idea would be this would be like halfway between the two, like it's flesh is maybe like melting off its body, you know, or it's like a spirit, more of a spiritual creature. Kill your darlings, but the darling is literally a single line. True. Oh, I don't mind being inaccurate. Props. Bat skeleton doesn't look like a bat, but it's annoying when you're trying to get realistic references. Oh, yeah, totally. And of course, as always, I'm tending toward round shapes, which is not what we want. because round shapes do not look evil. But we are going for general whatever. Oh, like what is that noise? But it's my new my friend gave me a server. And so it's got two like 14 terabyte hard drives in it. And it's just making noises right now. Just making hard drive noises, you know. Well, if for some reason it's not working, I need to get it back to working. Won't let me log in. The computer is thinking, exactly. I do like the hard drive noise. It's for some reason just very nostalgic to me. You know what I mean? All right, I think this is the general shape of it. Where it's kind of coiling around. Man, you really got to trust the process. That's like one of the biggest things with drawing I've learned. You got to trust that it's just going to look bad. Because this does not look good right now. I think we can all agree. Ten out of 10 people agree that this looks bad. But this is the general idea we're going for. You know what? Maybe I should try this instead. Last time I did, I filled it in with just a blank color, and I ended up having to get rid of a lot. So maybe we just make it a little more textured looking, and then have to do less work at the end. Like untexturing it, you know? Even though this texture, you can see the repeating pattern, which bothers me. What do you mean? I love the art. I think you should stop now before you ruin it. You're right. You're so right. Should stop while I'm ahead. I don't know, man. This snake is really doing it for me right now. It looks so good. What if I just left this as the art? Oh, man. That would be funny. How we doing on... We got 3 minutes till an ad. And ain't this a beaut to end on? Or not to end on, but you know what I mean. To take a break on. I do think maybe we should have, again, I think I did this last time I was drawing a snake. The jaw should be more open, right? Should be more like this. We also have some like intersecting lines here, which don't really feel quite right. So it probably should lean up a little bit like this. This jaw, I don't know. I like that better already, but all right, we're hitting the ad. Minute and a half. I'm just gonna start it early, and then I'm just gonna stand up. I might actually just do standing desk anyway. I also might do a longer stream today because I haven't accomplished anything, so I feel like maybe just doing a longer stream for the fun of it might be cool, if y'all want me to. But yeah, let me do a break, and then I will be back in 3 minutes. For now, enjoy my video.
I've been trying to think of a way to create a magic system for my game that lets players craft their own spells. And after years of searching, I finally found a solution.
Examples where you would either have someone creating something completely from scratch, or the other being just stacking spells on top of each other to make a new one. This gives you a base spell to fill with blanks, and then you can customize it how you like. For instance, let's say you had something like cast blank element, blank number of feet, and that affects a blank sized blank shape. I can fill that and say cast a fireball 30 feet that affects a 15-foot sized sphere.
Or maybe something like cast water
10 feet away that affects a 100-foot cube. Now, one thing I neglected to mention is my game is card-based, so the spell base and components would end up being made out of cards rather than, writing it on a notepad, which I suppose makes it a lot more like another game. That's right. Apples to apples, which really just goes to show that everyone's stealing ideas from each other. I mean, apples to apples is just Mad Libs in card form, which leads me to my next point. At first, I was thinking I was super original with this idea, but it turns out I wasn't. One cozy Christmas morning, I received a package from my friend,
and it was this, hold on. This game, Cryptozoic Entertainment's Epic Spell Wars of the Battle Wizards Duel at Mount Skullfire, is a very similar game. All right, back into the recording closet I go.
The game goes like this. You are wizards battling each other. And to do that, of course, you have to cast spells. Casting a spell consists of 3 components: a source, a quality, and a delivery. A spell can consist of just one of these components, or up to all 3, but not more than one of each, unless the card specifies, but yeah. Then combining all these cards together makes a full spell. There is some other nuance to this, like magic types and stuff like that, that helps the game have a little bit more complexity, but that's the main idea. So in theory, you could just take this game and slap it onto an existing tabletop RPG as your spell system, but the real problem is this is extremely mechanics heavy. Cards can create more cards, creating other cards to create more effects that end up chaining into some really interesting combos. However, I'm striving for my game to not be too crunchy and allow it to be more roleplay focused, so I, don't want to do that. That being said, despite me not being completely original, there are some improvements and changes I can make to implement this sort of system into my game.
But before I do that, I have a confession to make. I've been lying to you this entire time. My game doesn't really have magic at all.
It's a sci-fi game with nanotechnology that allows a character to become more powerful than a normal human, using things like fire and water. Okay, it's magic, all right? It's magic. It's just, as Arthur C. Clarke once said, any sufficient advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. But yeah, so implementing this idea into my game. Let's start with a familiar format of Cards Against Humanity. One set of cards with blanks and one with filler words. Or in my system, nano programs, and the fillers are going to be called nanites, so I'll be referring to them as that. Now the question arises, how are each of these cards implemented? Currently the player will draw around 6 ability cards at the start of their turn. We could have nano programs and nanites in the same deck, however this could likely lead to some problems where you either have a full hand of nano programs or a full hand of nanites, and nothing to do with them. This is unless you're able to use nano programs without filling in the blanks, or nanites without a program. Although I'm not sure how that would work. It kind of works in the wizard battle game, but not sure how that would work in this game. So instead, my solution is to have 2 separate decks, one with your nano programs and the other with nanites. Nano programs you would draw as normal, whereas nanites you would search through your deck and pick your cards at will. This not only solves the issue, but also allows a player more agency over their actions. By allowing them to search through their nanites, they can make the cards fit their needs despite not getting the exact abilities they want. Now, the second issue is not all abilities make sense with blanks. This goes especially so as not all abilities are nanoprograms. There are also basic attacks and physical abilities. This issue is further compounded by the fact that some abilities have a theme to them to help fit their respective classes. So let's deconstruct it a bit. Let's take the sprint ability, for example. It's a simple ability in that you spend one action to gain an additional movement. Now, this feels a little weird to have blanks to fill in. I can maybe see the movement distance having a blank, so maybe something like this. Including an elemental effect might be a bit harder. Perhaps having something like leaving a trail of fire behind the user, which actually sounds kind of cool now that I think about it. However, it doesn't always seem practical. Maybe you're in a log cabin, and leaving a trail of fire behind you doesn't seem like the greatest idea. In that case, then a player should use a different element, or perhaps not use one at all. However, this kind of feels like it's going against the idea of blanks in the first place. Furthermore, let's take a look at the Assassin's Blood Mist ability. The idea is when killing a target, it essentially creates a smoke screen of blood. Gross, but kind of cool. Now, let's call blood the nanite type for this ability. Say we want to change it to fire instead. A cool but dangerous way to alter this ability.
All right,
but
y'all,
this
I am
leaves
back.
us wondering what the actual ability should be called. So if you do rename it to something...
If you were enjoying the video, check me out at Beats Creations on YouTube. Same name, all that jazz. Sorry, I'm readjusting my mic arm. Oh, I played that. It's quite fun. Epic Ultra Wizard Battle or whatever its name was. Yeah, Epic Spell Wars or something. I don't remember. It has way too long of a title. But yeah, it was. Yeah, I've only played it a few times, but it is fun. I do own it, you know. So, a few times played it. It was fun. I'm standing now for a little bit.
I've been trying to think of a way to create a magic system for my game.
Oh god, what have I done? Sorry. I guess hitting B. Oh, is it because it's alphabetical? Well, that's weird. Anyway, sorry about that. Very strange. Let's draw a snake. A snakeaton. Skeletsnake. A rattlebones. I played a single time, but it was entertaining. Also has a perfected the art of not being boring while waiting for your turn in a turn-based game. Yeah, for sure. It's also got the whole, like, when you die early, it's got a death mechanic like this game does, which is cool. Like, when you die, you can still do stuff, which is always a plus. More games really need that. I'd almost argue all games should have that. But that's not 100% true, you know? It really isn't true, but it almost feels like it's a great mechanic that not a lot of games take advantage of, to have something that you can do when you die. Gotta give chess should play after you lost. I mean, yeah, any sort of like 1v1 game, definitely not. A lot of co-op games should let you do something. Honestly, even like, you know, the like downed mechanic when you're like trying to be revived and you can crawl around and shoot with your pistol or whatever. I think that's a great mechanic. It's not much, but at least it makes you feel like you're doing something, right? Even if it's just crawling when you're downed, right? Like that kind of thing adds so much to a game that I think just like a lot of people just don't consider. I don't know. I want to see the top of the skull, but all these images are like of the bottom of it. Maybe this guy. Yeah, they got this like little weird bone like here. Whenever I'm hosting, I let my players Still do actions after being down, but with varying cost of how much hosting D&D. Oh, interesting. How much, yeah. How much how much extra you have to pay for an action. That's actually a really cool idea. Yeah. I didn't even think about that with D&D. I was kind of thinking like, you know, like a lot of those like, you know, Gears of War type game, right? But yeah, that is cool. I should include that in Soul whenever I get back to that. One day. Okay, they've got a nose hole. And they also have like a hole back here. Sorta? Wait. God, there's not like a good singular... I mean, there's a bunch of different snakes as part of the problem. It's such like a crazy looking skull. And obviously it depends on the snake, I'm sure, right? I'm probably using multiple references to draw this, so it's not going to be like perfect, but that's okay. It's probably going to look like a few different snakes. Someone's going to be like, well, that's actually a viper snake that's combined with a blah, blah, blah. You know? But yeah. Anyway, yeah, no, I think more, well, dead mechanics are cool. Like Enter the Gungeon does it. Like you can just, you float around as a ghost and you can like attack once every like, you know, 10 seconds, which isn't that good, but still feels like you're doing something. I don't know. I just feel like it's, underutilized. And a lot of other games could use it. I mean, I know death is supposed to be punishing in games, but like, it doesn't have to be that punishing, you know? Maybe I'm too nice, I don't know. I don't think it actually has this. I don't know why I drew this or did this. It does make it look more real, but I think instead it kind of just has this sort of like cutout like this. I'm definitely looking at too many different references, but I think it's okay. Like, I think I'm looking at a viper instead of a rattlesnake skull. But, you know, here we are. this is kind of unrelated to everything. And if you guys are still here, or if you're just feeling like lurking, don't mind me, but I am going to ask the question. How have y'all felt about the streaming content lately? Am I doing good? Do I need to do things differently? How we feeling about it? Is drawing boring? Is it interesting? I would like to know how we feel about it. Because I feel like it's going well, but I don't necessarily, I don't know, right? I think it's a worthwhile question to ask. I think you're very engaging and interactive. Great to put on the side and watch passively with option to participate actively. Okay. I mean, I can deal with that. Any criticisms? I will not be offended. I'm here for my annual review. I think there's like 2 to 3 streams I've watched and enjoyed total. So you're saying there's only 2 or 3 streams you liked? Is that what you're saying? Maximus just hate watches streamers. Oh, I think I've watched 2 or 3 I think there's like 2 or 3 streamers I watch and enjoy total. I see what you're saying. Sorry, I misread it. I didn't think you were serious either way. And you are the one I've enjoyed the most. Okay, cool. Well, thank you. Now I just like the secret lore that Maximus just is here to hate watch me. Secretly hates me. Can we talk about how cool this skull is? It's a Viper skull, which is probably... Oh, God. What just happened? What is happening with all my tabs? God, this mouse is just dying. Look how cool this skull is. It's just not working. Okay. Oh, there we go. How freaking cool that is. But thank you, Maximus. I do appreciate you saying that. Not cool skull. Look up a wolf eel. Oh, weird. That's crazy. God, why is my mouse is just like freaking out? Very old looking. Ooh. That's crazy. Of course you can't see it that well. Very, very cool. Bites down and starts taking chunks off with a second jaw. Oh, damn. Yeah, I don't know if this is quite illustrating that. Oh, actually, yeah, it shows in here. Yeah, it's got its second inner jaw. That is cool. I dig that. I just like the complexity of this, right? It's kind of cool. I'm not a streaming savant by any means, and obviously I have a strong bias in your favor. Among the few streamers I've watched, I think you're among the most personable and enjoyable to watch. Thank you, man. I really do appreciate that. You're too kind. But no, I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I just kind of like, you know, I don't want to ever stop like growing as far as like if I'm doing the right thing, right? I just want to make sure I'm not stagnating ever, you know? I think that's important. Because you're not growing, you're not moving, you know? So critiques, polish your scalp for maximum shine. Good call. I need to get some wax. Personal, talented, interactive, Professor Ultimate, Ultimate had all these ingredients to make the perfect streamer, but accidentally added chemical X dyslexia. You ever notice how they make the word dyslexia like one of the hardest words to read? Oh shit, it's so true though. Like, imagine if I didn't know what that word was and I tried to read dyslexia. Do you think I would ever be able to pronounce it? Its jaw needs to be pretty thin, arguably. Holy shit. Good reference there, though. That was good. I like that. Remember when this thing looked like a weird blob? And now it looks kind of like a snake skeleton. I'm kind of curious to go back and like watch one of my old streams and see how it is. And see like how much I've improved. I feel like that would be interesting. I kind of don't want to though. I kind of like, is it just gonna be awkward to watch? I'm usually not like that though. I usually don't like, I don't really, well, no, I do find myself awkward to watch a little bit. Like, you know how like people get like camera shy? Typically I'm not with my like video content. But I would say I probably would be with my streaming content because like I don't have full control over what I'm saying. Not that sounds wrong. I don't know what I'm saying at all times. No, I'll ramble, right? Like I am right now. And I'll probably feel weird about listening to me ramble, whereas my video content, I have full control over how I'm presented, I guess is the whatever. I think you grow a lot just by doing it consistently. Very true. But you're not awkward. I've witnessed your game. Are you talking about my game I'm making, or my or my game, you know? I think, let's be real. I think it's your game. You're both homie. Okay, fair. I don't. Anyway, here we are. You're the homie. You know what I mean? How are we feeling about the skull? I'm starting to feel pretty good about it. I feel like it's looking snake-like. Snake? Snake? Snake! I don't know if it's not really accurate at all, but I'm okay with it. kind of got like this thing at the other angle. It's got like, technically the teeth are in the wrong spot. And this is where I'm like, maybe I'm being too precious. I might need to... Okay. We don't have to be super brave, but we have to be brave. Let's duplicate the layer, hide the other one. If I mess it up too much, I can go back. But we're gonna be brave. We be brave. One thing I'd like to say is that you motivate me to sorry. I rotated, there we go. I touched my tablet, sorry. You said something very heartwarming and I'm just distracted. One thing I'm trying to say is that, one thing I'd like to say is that you motivate me to try harder and be more creative. Well, that means a lot, actually. You're about one of the only reasons I've ever considered making a board/card game. You guys are... well, right back at you guys, because honestly, I definitely would probably not be like streaming it, you know, nearly as much or at all if you didn't show up all the time. So, thank you. I'm happy that we have a mutually beneficial motivational, I don't know, what's the shape that's like folds in on itself that goes on forever? Nope, can't think of it. Maximus will know. He would know that kind of thing. Basically, any small streamer I talked to has spoken to the horrors of streaming. Basically, any small streamers I talked to had spoken of the horrors of streaming to no one, and I kind of get it. Yeah, for sure. Why would I know a shape that folds in on itself? I don't know. You like math. You're a math nerd. Shape that... A Mobius strip. Yeah, see? I knew you'd know what I'm talking about. It was a 4D shape. Yeah, no, a Mobius strip is what I was thinking. Oh, come on. It was a terrible description of it, but you got what I meant. We've spent enough time together that I knew you could figure it out. I hate this, I'm leaving. Looking good. Sub bean. Maximus just left. He hates me now. Thank you. Yeah, it's a snake skull. At least that's what the intent is. Is it 100% accurate? No, for sure not. Definitely not. But it is coming along. Can't leave now. Bean showed up. True, right? I wasn't talking about the art. That's also fair. Oh, me? Are you talking about me? Oh, me? Are you talking about Maximus? JK, the art is beautiful. Thank you. Dear Bean, well, hello and welcome. So true. You know what I love? I love that you guys are so friendly to each other. That makes me proud. Not gonna lie. Okay, it's got like this deal. It's got like a weird that sort of thing. I haven't got a single clue what Thalamus looks like. You could think his personality looks beautiful, you know? Sorry, that was everyone who watches is a real one because you're a real one. Thank you, dude. All of the things my name has turned into, the thyroid gland was not what I was expecting. Also, I love. Sorry, this got me. It got me tickled. Also, hail and well met to you, Calamituous. I don't know, and Toots. I love the ooh, I'm dizzy. I love the just the whole naming bit that keeps going on. I'm here for that too. I kind of worry that some of my art, like I keep getting more and more detailed with these drawings, but you know, here we are. It's almost like I'm improving or something. I don't know. Oh no, I'm getting better. Well, no, it's just like I mostly worry about the like the style being consistent, but you know, here we are. I don't think anyone really cares. The body is definitely not proportional to the head here, but it's okay. I'm like shaking my whole computer while I'm erasing here. Shake. You love it, Balados Maxahoots? I certainly love it. How do we feel about giving him like the snake, like a flaming eye? So why is this? It's not full screened. Because I kind of like the idea. Okay, you know, I guess it looks more snake. We'll just commit. We've committed. We're getting to the point where I just can't read what you guys are saying anymore. It's too complex words for my dyslexic brain. Her Hemerodus fabric. Nope, I can't. I tried. Talking Latin at me like that. Yeah, I know, right? Maybe is it weird if he got spiky bits back here? Because it kind of does. Like it's kind of behind the. I don't know. So here's my other thought. What if? Let's try it. Why is duplicate control? Oh god, nope, that's not it. Control Shift J, Control J, Control J. Why is duplicate Control J? I'm thinking doing the typical the old Blackridge flame eye, you know what I mean? But I think it's too much. Yeah, it's definitely too much. All right. All right, let's work on the body a little bit so it feels better. Yeah, it's actually really interesting working in the style because it's a lot like sculpting. Because Control D is deselect, I know, right? Problem is in After Effects, Control D is duplicate, which makes it like hurt my brain going back and forth. Oh my god, imagine being a wizard. Wait, being a wizard in the Potterverse, but being super dyslexic and accidentally casting Fairy Kenny on a teacher instead of levitation. Same as Illustrator, yeah, right. I just use Alt in Illustrator to duplicate anything, which I guess you can do here too, right? Okay, where's the spine? The spine is just always going to be in the center of this, I guess. Which I don't know, I'm erasing for the spine. Maybe we go... Maybe we go like this. And this is the spine. Okay, we need to go back to snake skeletons. Control D duplicates the object and transforms like in Photoshop. Gotcha. Yeah. I'm like not super familiar with Illustrator, but I probably should use it more because it is really nice, but I don't know, it's a little more like rigid than I would like, you know? Which is fine. It's good. It's a good program. I don't know. It's maybe not quite for me. I don't know. I mean, I'll use it. Like, I use it for icons and stuff, right? Stuff that I think needs to be scalable forever, but it is a good program. I just felt the opposite. Interesting. But it's not rigid enough. Obviously, digital drawing and painting is better in Photoshop. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a thing. Like, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm kind of just playing around. I'm just playing in the space, you know? Needs to be more 3D. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I draw too much, and it just like that's what I guess I mean by like rigid, right? Like, the program, like if I wanted to draw in Illustrator, it's really hard to like sketch something out. So if I do it, usually I have to like sketch in I have to sketch in Photoshop and then draw afterward, right? Like, and then sorry, like go over it in Illustrator. But it is nice because you can just like copy and paste like it as if it's the same program. Same with After Effects. It's actually really cool. You can copy a vector in Illustrator and paste it into After Effects as like a masking layer on an object, and then you can which actually really allows for some cool workflows. Sorry, I'm nerding out. Like, if I wanted to do like 3D text, Studio Paint is the shit. Shut up, nerd. You're right. I'm sorry. No, but like I'm gonna keep nerding out. Screw you. It's really cool because you can I have a program that lets you turn vectors into 3D objects. So that's how I get like my my starting soon screen and my transition, right? This is just done with I took the vector of my logo and pasted on a 2D layer, and then I can 3Dify it in After Effects with Element 3D. And it's super simple. I don't actually have to know 3D modeling. But yeah, sometimes I do wish I wasn't like stuck on Adobe. But you know, here we are. I use too much of it for it to be something that I abandon. Which I know a lot of people say isn't an excuse, but you know, here we are. I don't want to take the time to relearn everything. How do you feel about this? Does it need something? Anything? Look good? Am I done? I feel like the spine could probably have more detail, but it's also like not the focus. Is the spine too small? Does it need to be bigger? How are we feeling here? The jaw almost feels like it should be more separate objects, but I'm kind of unsure. Guess we could do like some cool cracking in it, you know? Maybe the tips at the bottom of the jaw need to be closer together for even together, or maybe even fused. Like this part down here, they are separate from a anatomy standpoint. Like they unhinge like this, like the predator. Yeah. They could be closer together. I don't know if that's more intimidating or not. It also could maybe be more on an angle, like it's toward, like they're facing toward each other, maybe, but they are actually separate components, which is kind of wild. Which makes sense why their jaw gets so unhinged. But hydrate, you got it, Chief. It's kind of crazy anatomy, honestly. I am looking at multiple snake references, but gotta swallow whole rats and bats. True. Do you know Do you know that woodpeckers' tongues wrap around their brain for impact resistance? Do you know that? Isn't that wild? Yeah, of course you knew that. I'm just trying to say interesting stuff over here, and you're just... No, I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. I've seen the image you're describing. I ask that you stop talking. I know everything. True. Imagine if I just stopped talking on stream because I knew that Maximus would know what I'm talking about, you know? I'll put them a little closer together here and maybe tilt it inward. We do this and then, oops, and then maybe instead, I think Bean has a point of like how it looks, because right now it looks kind of like not like a jaw, it kind of looks separate. So if we kind of tilt this inward and kind of make it more rounded this way, that looks a lot better, right? It looked too one-dimensional, so this looks kind of better. Like there's a reason it looked wrong, right? But it wasn't exactly whatever, you know? Imagine if Maximus typed out everything you were going to say right before you said it. It's happened sometimes. Imagine I spoil next stream for everyone. All right, do it. I'm ready. Tell me what next stream's gonna be. Oop, gotta go. Oh, yep. Yeah, okay. Very convenient, Maximus. Maybe some, like, just stray teeth over here. I think we're just like overcooking at this point. Like it's... The only thing I could think of doing is instead of having like, these could be like wider, right? Instead. Does it go to a different... I guess they do narrow out. But yeah, the spine could be like bigger, like wide, because like some, rather than the spine being kind of like this, right, which is kind of how I have it drawn, except just kind of poorly drawn, it's kind of more like this, right? So I could do that. No, don't stay there. Oh, don't stay there. Yeah. Already pulled the pin from the smoke bomb. Just gotta use it. True. Yeah, we gotta know what next stream is about. I don't know. Maybe just make some of these longer. And it will thin out as we go lower. It's not real anyway. It's all fake. Eat it. True. You can actually put the pin back in a grenade. It's not as easy, but you can do it. Don't ask me how I know. I think this is done. I think I'm just like overcooking at this point. I heard the smoke bombs are delicious with ketchup. Yeah, very sulfury. You like the taste of sulfur. Okay, I need to sit back down. How we doing on time? 11 minutes till whatchamajiggy. Ugh. You got 1 hour left. Honestly, I'm tempted to keep going. Like I said, I didn't accomplish much today, so I kind of feel like I should just keep working. Oh, we got a special treat for you guys. Ready? Ta-da! Yeah, we'll do this. Hey, you. Hi. Hello, beautiful. Yeah, blinkies. It is the smitten. I am smitten with my kitten. Little Smit. Anyway, there she is. In my blown out window. Has School Bus Maximus actually left? The audacity. Oh, look at that yawn. Oh, there we go. I don't know, maybe? Who knows? How you doing, Bean? How's life? I haven't asked. I forgot to ask when you came in. Is work going better? Oh, just great. You? I don't know. School Bus Maximus. I'm still burnt out and trying to get over that. I don't know why I'm still burnt out, but I am. But yeah, I'm trying to work through that. At least on my video stuff, man. Like I release a video or like get done with a video and then I can't just do another one right away, which is kind of discouraging because it makes me feel like maybe the YouTube side of things isn't something I can really arguably consistently do. But you know, here we are. I am doing a lot and I need to not feel hard on myself for that kind of thing, but it's always hard. It's his life, you know? Announcing your presence by yelling her name is not a requirement for the stream. Grenade boy. I'm gonna skin you alive. Isn't that like a song? I'm gonna skin you alive. How's it go? You know what I'm talking about? Anyone know that song? Or am I crazy? Jesus Christ, bean skin. No, I'm suffering with chicken and frying it. This is someone past horrible shit with my skin. Okay. I should save because I haven't saved since I started this. Okay. What is the name of this demonic snake? Serpent? Something serpent, maybe? I mean, I guess like Bone Rattler could be good, right? Because it's kind of like a double entendre. Like it is made of bones. Death Rattler. Or as you said, a Death Rattler. I'll kick your stomach open. There you go. Oh my god. My message is being checked by mods. I got you. That's a wild statement to say, holy hell. It's getting heated in here. I like Death Rattler. That's good. Obviously, you don't see the rattle part, but I think it's fine. Oh, we need to do the smudgening. Need to smudge in some of this. Especially smudge the stuff down here that didn't do that well. Smudge. The smudgening. It must be smudged. How dare you? No, I mean, how the hell did my message get filtered, but school bus didn't get censored? I am shook. True. School bus. You got 2 jokes in one, bone and snake. Surely some kind of joke could be had there. I guess that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, you could have some sort of inappropriate joke for sure. If you feel so inclined. You're willing, you can definitely make it if you feel Death Rattler. Is it really 40% opacity? I guess it is, isn't it? Yeah. You do all that and then you just like make it like less than half opacity. Bone Slither. I kind of like Death Rattler, honestly. It feels like it goes with like a lot of the other creatures. It's kind of a little like tongue-in-cheek, kind of like, you know, not super serious, but also at the same time kind of is like, I don't know, like the freaking Iron Reaper or like the Railroad Wraith. It's like, okay, this is kind of silly, but also kind of cool. Do we want a symbol here for who's trying to who's requesting this thing die? I think really the only thing that makes sense to me is the protection service, but we do have the sort of entertainment people / trading company. I think Grimsby makes the most sense though. Oh, hold on. This needs to be 100. And this needs to be 40. All right, there's another one. Export PNG. Nope. Okay. All right. We got the Death Rattler. It is a creature. We can upload. Nope, that's armies. There we go. I don't know why I call these icons. It's like, it's the card art, but I don't really feel like rewording all my folders, making me have to rework everything. Seems excessive. Why does that not look right? It's because it's not right. Because this has to be linear light, which is why it looks so much darker. There we go. I was like, why does it not look nearly as impactful? Now we know. Okay. Okay, this is a multi-event creature. Why is that K17? There's nothing filling K17. Why is this? Oh, because if it doesn't have one, it has the other. Okay, okay, okay. That's how that works. I'm like, how does my formatting even work here? Okay. This is a multi-event creature. We decided kill the creature, gain 2 rations. Very, very standard. Cost of it's similar to the Hellhound, but I'm trying to decide. It should be weaker. It should be about 3, maybe? Weapon cost of 3. The other option is make an offering, which you can give a corruption to a player. I mean, you don't really need to perfectly balance creatures to each other. Yeah. It's less balance and more, this should be more specific. It's more having a variety, I guess, is the thing. I mean, like I was kind of considering balance a little bit, but yeah, it's partly variety is the case. Like, you shouldn't have, like, 6 monsters in a row that are all like cost 6 weapon damage or whatever. I'm gonna say 1 player of your choice a corruption. No, it should be make a player of your choice Draw a corruption card. It doesn't need to say card. Cost is going to be one ration. Okay. Again, we're gonna need lore for that, but for now, it's fine. We all know when I'm deep in a stream, I can't concentrate on that. Did I just miss an ad? I must have, huh? I really need to start putting an alarm for that. I know I say that every time, but here we are. I might take a break in half a second because I missed it, but the art is not there, which means there's a space in here. Try it again. It's gonna take a minute. It's also formatted incorrectly. Yeah, the interesting part is, yeah, this game balance doesn't really matter, which is interesting. As long as it's not, like, too crazy, you know? Ugh. Energy is draining. Okay, I need to, let's just see if this works. Why is this not working? It's probably just taking a minute. Okay, I need a break because I think I missed the ad. So we're gonna take a few minute break, and then I'm going to, oh, the cat is not there anymore. She's on the couch behind me. I think I'll go for a little bit longer just for the funsies of it. We'll at least kind of figure out what the next card is going to be. There we go. Ta-da! Oh, it doesn't have a detriment. Detriment can be relatively low. I would say just being like all non-participating players take 1 corruption, I think. And then, so yeah, the next thing we need to do is just figure out whether the last thing is an incident or a creature event. And that's just kind of up to us to decide. Anyway, I will be back in like 3 to 5 minutes. Just taking a quick break because I missed the ad. Apologies about that, everyone. I will be back in a few seconds, a few minutes. You know what I mean.
I've been trying to think of a way to create a magic system for my game that lets players craft their own spells. And after years of searching, I finally found a solution from an unlikely one.
Nano programs you would draw as normal, whereas nanites you would search through your deck and pick your cards at will. This not only solves the issue, but also allows a player more agency over their actions. By allowing them to search through their nanites, they can make the cards fit their needs despite not getting the exact abilities they want. Now, the second issue is not all abilities make sense with blanks. This goes especially so as not all abilities are nanoprograms. There are also basic attacks and physical abilities. This issue is further compounded by the fact that some abilities have a theme to them to help fit their respective classes. So let's deconstruct it a bit. Let's take the sprint ability, for example. It's a simple ability in that you spend one action to gain an additional movement. Now, this feels a little weird to have blanks to fill in. I can maybe see the movement distance having a blank, so maybe something like this. Including an elemental effect might be a bit harder. Perhaps having something like leaving a trail of fire behind the user, which actually sounds kind of cool now that I think about it. However, it doesn't always seem practical. Maybe you're in a log cabin, and leaving a trail of fire behind you doesn't seem like the greatest idea. In that case, then a player should use a different element, or perhaps not use one at all. However, this kind of feels like it's going against the idea of blanks in the first place. Furthermore, let's take a look at the Assassin's Blood Mist ability. The idea is when killing a target, it essentially creates a smoke screen of blood. Gross, but kind of cool. Now, let's call blood the nanite type for this ability. Say we want to change it to fire instead. A cool but dangerous way to alter this ability. But this leaves us wondering what the actual ability should be called. So if you do rename it to something like Kill Mist or Cloud Kill or something like that, or Kill Sphere, I don't know. It ends up just losing its innate flavor and kind of the initial coolness of the ability. Coolness, a very elegant word. So the solution I landed on was removing blanks entirely and allowing nanites to serve as more of override cards. For instance, say you had something like a fireball spell. You could then add water to override that element and change the ability to something completely new. This helps as I can still allow abilities to have their own theme, along with solving the issue of needing cards to fill in blanks. This of course solves the problem with elemental blanks, but not the ones with things like distances or sizes of an ability. Well, that one ended up being pretty easy, and that was having any number-based blank filled with a dice roll based on the most appropriate stat. This allows a character's innate strengths and weaknesses to affect the power of the ability, which I think just makes sense. This system also actually opens up something else that I love to see in games, and that's being able to combine magic and team attacks. I remember being like 9 years old and playing Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles with my friend and combining spells together and making one big attack, and that just felt like the coolest thing ever. Thinking back on it now, that's kind of the only thing I remember from that game. Well, that and you had to connect multiple Game Boys into your GameCube in order to play it, which, you know, now you kids have Nintendo Switches and they basically just a GameCube you carry around. But I don't know, man, somehow it was just cooler. Anyway, with nanites being a separate deck, it also opens up the opportunity for players to combine their attacks together. Say you have two players next to each other and one decides to use a range attack. Well, maybe they are going against a bunch of robots and the second player adds their lightning ability to help incapacitate those robots. One player basically uses their nano program and the other uses their nanites to affect that nano program. Not only is this cool, but it adds a further element of collaboration in a role-playing game that I think is just a great addition. So that's my idea for the spell system. If there's anything you should take away from this, it's you can find a solution to problems from very unexpected sources. And despite deviating from the Mad Libs idea a little bit, it really helped inspire me to figure out what I want to do with the system. If you're looking to play Soul, then too bad. No, but really, I'm working on getting a playtestable version of the game ready. So if that's something that interests you, I'd recommend looking at the Google Sheets form in the description to sign up. You can also take a look at our community Discord.
If you enjoyed that video, want to see other videos similar to that, check out my YouTube, Beats Creations, at YouTube. Here we are. Okay. Let's decide here. So the idea is that we have one more card. It could be an incident or a creature. There we go, that's better. The question is it... Is there not a space there? Yeah, whatever. The idea for it is basically a multi-event. Like this, right? Except participating in one side deals damage to the other half of the multi-event, and then dealing damage to, so like beating this event does attacks the other side, and beating this event attacks the other side. I feel like, so like the way it would be, let's just write the card out and then we'll decide, right? For now, I'm gonna go creature. call it X. The concept would be, I don't know how much would be to participate. You probably only would need one weapon. Sure, one weapon damage. And then so basically each side would be the same. I don't know if one corruption is too low, but so the idea, there we go. Maybe what it is, we could get rid of the non-participating players. No, it has to be both, unfortunately. It's probably one damage is fine, I think, actually. So here's what the card looks like, right? So essentially, if you participate in one side, you will deal damage to the other side. And if you participate in this side, you deal damage to the other side. So the question is, does this make more sense as an event or as a creature? Like, I could see some sort of creature that's like a mind control sort of beast sort of thing. That's like trying to make you fight each other. Or we could kind of theme it as an event where it's like you trying to fight each other, but then like it's kind of structured like a creature. So would people understand how this works? Right? It could not be weapons and it could be cards instead, like card bets. But it behaves like a creature, so I'm kind of like unsure. Like the type of card behaves like a creature, so I'm like wondering if I make it, well, you know, how I do this. It could be either way, right? It could either be a creature or an incident. I'm trying to decide if I just like draw something that could be either, you know? I kind of want to just like call it like Dark Ritual or something, and then I could just choose either, but it's definitely not a creature then. But I could call it something, you know, like Ghoul or Ghost or something. Dock Presence, and then just, you know, name it either way. I guess Hmm. I guess it's a creature, right? Yeah, it's a creature. The question is, what is this creature that would make you corrupt each other? Some sort of like trickster sort of creature, maybe? Like an imp or something? How do we put some Western flair on something like that? I'm trying to think. I think shapeshifter might be kind of interesting. But I don't really know how you do a like draw a shapeshifter, right? Unless you draw something that's like between two forms, and I kind of don't feel like doing that. I wouldn't mind just drawing an actual demon, you know? I want to draw a demon, and then we'll see what happens. It's kind of how it's been, huh? That takes a lot of effort. What, drawing a demon or a shapeshifter? Use hypothalamus as reference. Are you calling him a demon? Also, how do I... Correct. That's fair. He's a demon in his own right. I looked up Western Demon, which is apparently a type of motorcycle. So if you ever were wondering. Yeah, they ain't got nothing for that. About to give you hypoglycemia. Damn, dude. Yeah, I don't mind taking the effort to draw a demon. I wouldn't really want to do a shapeshifter because that feels like I have to draw two things, you know? And like I feel like I'd want the skull aesthetic though to make it look cool, or like, you know, drawing an accurate human face is kind of like a lot. So I think I just want to do a demon like creature. I meant to say I meant say effort as in takes a lot to make a shapeshifter. Okay, that's what I kind of was figuring, but... trying to think what kind of style of horn I want, like whether it's... like the ones going back or ones going forward or what. And also, should I make this like Western at all? Or like, do I give them a cowboy hat? Is that crazy? Does that just make it look too much like the, like, you know, some of the other cards? And how, like, human do I make this looking, you know? Oh my god. You know what I mean? I'm also kind of tempted to make this like a lady demon, but I'm not entirely certain. I think it's mostly going to be a silhouette, though. So I feel like hair might be interesting. I don't know what I'm cooking here, but it's something. I'm torn between like fully fledged like demonic demon kind of deal, or like somewhere between like a lady vampire demon kind of look. What do we think? What's our vote? Because I am unsure. Like, I'm thinking, like, either fully fledged, like, winged demon kind of deal, like, you know, or, you know, kind of creepy vampire lady that, you know, happens to have horns and be a demon, you know? Good. No one cares. It's fine. What do I want? What do I want to do? Creepy vampire lady that happens to have horns and not be a vampire. Yeah, exactly. Maximus gets it. We're either working with something like a silhouette like this, maybe like a, like I said, oh god. Maybe like a claw here. This is supposed to be a claw, like holding up a, you know, whatever. That silhouette, or something more like, you know, big guy, big old wings. Beefy, you know, big arm, like Inferno in the background. No, I don't know. I mean, I kind of just feel like we have a lot of, like, I guess we don't have a lot of humanoid creatures to start with, so either would be interesting. But we kind of already have, like, I don't know. I'm just trying to decide. More or less the silhouette of each design. I don't know what's more interesting. Honestly, I kind of feel like the lady seems more interesting just because, like, the sort of, like, the mechanics of the card are, like, turning each other on each other, and, like, the sort of seductress sort of motif kind of works for that, you know? Let's see what we can do. We may pivot, but we'll try. Here's where my anatomy skills are tested. I'm not sure how I feel about this arm. I'm all for female empowerment. There you go. I mean, I feel like we haven't had too much of that in the game. I like having a balance. Granted, you know, sometimes it feels weird being like, this one's gonna kill you. I also like the idea of it being a woman because I want to. I'm not reading that. That's wild, Maximus. That's quite wild. I almost kind of want a different pose though. Now that I'm like halfway through this. That is wild, Maximus. Are you okay, buddy? You got anything you want to talk about? Or this is what I come back to, I know, right? I'm almost thinking like no. Sorry, I'm just trying to like brainstorm here. Don't mind me. Nah. We're drawing a lady demon. You can't tell me you guys don't want to come. Maximus, you're trying to get put on a watch list right now, I think. It's probably the most unhinged thing I've heard you say. Okay, well, let's not do that. There we go. Let me cook here. It's gonna take me a minute. She looks kind of like an alien right now. Don't mind me. Friends? Question mark. Desperately waiting for the just kidding. Well, I guess we never knew that Maximus was a psychopathic murderer, but you know, here we are. I don't want her pose to be like stiff though. That's kind of what I'm worried about that's happening right now. When in doubt, look at other people's art. I'm kind of slightly envisioning like Evelyn from League of Legends kind of deal, if you will. Use her as a reference, why not? Still waiting school bus, but nobody came. Imagine I become a suspected murderer in some poor woman here because of these messages. You never know. You never know, Maximus. It probably has increased somewhat, true. For clarity and legal safety's sake, I shall state this is a joke. Isn't there like a copy pasta about that? Where it's like for legal clarity and blah blah blah. I have no association with this streamer or something. We're attempting to draw. And collective sigh of relief. True. Kind of jumping around here, trying to figure out what I'm doing. No. Be brave, Beats. Be brave. If any of these songs had to be my theme song, it would be this one. Just saying. This is by far my favorite one. Maybe too much copying this reference, but we'll see. It's a good pose. Okay. Forgot to talk. How we doing? We doing all right here? It's definitely not there yet, but you know. Certainly something. Looks good from far away. Looks wonderful. You look wonderful. Got him. What are you gonna do about it, nerd? I don't know if I'm gonna give her a nose. I feel like just doing pure silhouette is kind of where we're kind of going with this one. She almost looks like a moth lady right now, which isn't the worst thing either, but we could lean into that if we really wanted to, but I don't know if that's the play. That's kind of cool AF, yeah. Okay, her eye is kind of part of her hair. I did not mean to open whatever tab that was. Or whatever tab that was. Okay. Don't mind me. I almost feel like I need to just define this as hair. I don't want to go like too anime with it though, which is like where my tendency is to like, you know, draw a more semi-realistic person. I don't really mind if her like proportions are weird too, because she's kind of you know, a demon. I don't know. I'm struggling with anatomy here. She's kind of like turned sideways and it's a little bit weird. Mothman is a thing that is supposed to be like between the like 1960s, which is kind of like in the realm of the right area. We could make her like a moth lady. I don't know if that necessarily screams like Western per se. But kind of works too, right? Do we want to lean into that? How are we feeling? You could give her like butterfly wings or like, you know, moth wings and then turn these into like little, you know, antenna. Make her that sort of fairy kind of evil demon kind of deal. Make her extra curvy. There we go. Like we could do, yeah, do we, I don't know, is that cool? Do we want to lean into that? I feel like thematically it looks cool. But does it fit the game? I think it kind of does. Let's research the Mothman real quick, just for the giggles of it. Not that we're really doing any, like, cryptid... Well, I mean, it's kind of cryptid sort of stuff, but... Oh wait, yeah, what am I talking about? 1860 is when it started and ended in 19. So it is kind of like, yeah, no, I'm getting a whole 100 years off. For some reason, my parents like, yeah, that's the right time. It's like, no, it's too soon, too late. But we could go with this as a concept if we wanted to. I don't know if it's, yeah, it's kind of like the moth to a flame kind of aesthetic, which is kind of maybe interesting. I don't know. Visually, it looks cool, right? If she has wings. Let's do it as an optional add-on. Like they frame her nicely, right? That's kind of cool. How are we doing on, we got 4 minutes till an ad. I'm gonna keep working on this for a while, I think, until, well, I don't know. Let me see what my plans are. Let me see if anyone's talking to me. One of my friends is like saying he wants to play armies again, so that's cool. Maybe we'll get him on. Maybe let's see if he wants to do a stream tomorrow. Because I told my brother I would play games with him later. I don't know, we'll think about it. Let's just keep working on her. Because we could go like full fuzzy collar, like you know how like a moth has like the little fuzzy coat. Moth. I'll look it up for a second. I'm gonna kind of try to decide what I think. Gotta bounce, Sleepy Bean, buy Beats, buy Toots, buy School Bus. All right, y'all. I'll see you around. Or y'all, I mean, by y'all, I mean Bean. Farewell, thine Bean. It was great having you here, as always. I probably should be done soon. I don't think I'm gonna get super far with this. I think I might need to sleep on it. Because I'm unsure if I should lean into that or not, and I'm losing my ability to decide for myself, so it might be one of those cases where I need to just chill and be done. Good job with the art. It looks great. Nighty night. Hairless root vegetable. Thank you, dude. I appreciate being here as always. I'm sure I will talk to you soon. And you have a wonderful night, sir. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. And if they do, bite them back. And if they don't, make friends with them. As I always said as a kid. So, I'll probably Discord you in 5 minutes when I can't sleep. Deal. I'm here for it. All right, there was a technique I learned. Let's see if it works. You draw 2 circles. Although, and then you draw, wait, no, sorry, you draw 1 circle on the chest, and then you draw another circle to define where a lady's breasts are. It kind of works. It's kind of weird because their perspective's weird. But I'm struggling with this. It's a little off. Or at least more in the right shape area. Looks a lot better. Cool. I think I might lean into the moth thing, but we'll see. I think it's kind of cool. But I think I'm going to get only so far. I'm probably going to go... Actually, I think we're in an ad again, aren't we? Yep, we're in an ad. Probably not going to go for too much longer. Let's take a break, and then I'll probably work for like maybe 15 more minutes and then be done.
I've been trying to think of a way to create a magic system for my game that lets players craft their own spells. And after years of searching, I find the 20-sided die, or D20, has been the staple of the role-playing game genre for almost as long as it's existed. Despite that, I decided I'm going to retire it from my game, in favor of using a D4, D6, D8, D10, and D12. Why is that? Well, in this devlog, I'm going to be talking in depth on this decision, and you can tell me whether I'm a crazy person or not. Hi, I'm Nathan, and this is my sci-fi deck builder role-playing game called Soul. Now, in order to talk about these changes, first I have to talk about the changes that were made to my core stat system. And the truth is, it's a pretty big change. Originally, the core stats in my game were Strength, Agility, Endurance, and Intelligence. These were fine, but I decided I wanted some more diversity in these stats. Because of that, they are now going to be Strength, Finesse, Agility, Willpower, Intelligence, and Charisma. There is also another factor for these changes. This reason being, the previous versions of the game, dice rolls were completely unaffected by a character's stat level, with few exceptions. But what do I mean by that? Well, for the uninitiated, a player at a role-playing game, when they want to perform an action, will typically roll a dice. After rolling that dice, they will add a relevant modifier to that roll. These are typically listed on a character's character sheet and relating to a player's core stats. Then, this number would be compared to a specified number to judge the results. If the player beats the specified number, they succeed, and if it's lower, then they fail. Soul didn't have this, meaning if a character wanted to do something, their stats would typically have no direct bearing on the results. This was unfortunate because it hindered any character diversity. No character was better or worse at performing actions than another. This was partly by design with our trait system, which I go into in a previous video, which you can check out here if you're curious. In brief summary, these were cards that gave bonuses based on your stat level. The higher your stats, the better bonuses you had access to. Well, some traits gave you bonuses that you could add to your roll, like success rates for performing a ranged attack. These bonuses generally were very specific and mutually exclusive to other more powerful traits that added utility to your character instead. If you've ever played Dungeons & Dragons, this is similar to the optional feat rule with ability score improvement. Essentially, you could either gain a stat bonus or a new ability. I don't know.
R.I.P. Maximus. Our boy has been suspended for hate speech. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. Rip. Oh, Maximus. You should laugh, it's funny. Oh, can you just not type? You can hear me. You can also watch on YouTube. Worst case scenario. You should just be able to talk on there if you want. That's hilarious. Okay, we're gonna go for like a little bit longer, but not by much. I'm fading here. Unless YouTube isn't working. No, it is. Okay. Trying to decide if I should give her like a mouth. I kind of don't think so. I kind of feel like just it being nebulous is more creepy. Pepperoni pizza for everyone. Oh, it's so funny. Well, lesson learned. Don't do that. I sent an appeal, not very hopeful. It's kind of wild. It's just a suspension, though. It's not a ban, right? I don't know how that works, honestly. No, it's a permanent suspension. No, Maximus. Oh, that's rough. Well, I suppose next time I should discourage people from doing that. Lesson learned for everyone. Something's still not like right with this for me. I know her hand is like not normal, but that's kind of the point. It's not even her hand. I think it's her face that's bothering me. Well, it does say that you can be like, hey guys, I know this was bad and I'm sorry to Twitch, and they allegedly will restate your account. Yeah, that's not too surprising, honestly, because there's a lot of people who get banned and then get brought back. They'll probably go over like all your chat logs. Maximus. No, bad Maximus. I mean, technically they can see that. You want me to remove it? I'm gonna remove this for you. Delete message. I'm doing that for your sake. Who knows if both are the same person? Who knows, but I did delete it. Just in case. At least from Twitch. What am I missing here? I guess maybe her eyes should be more facing forward, right? Because I draw just a pupil. Super intimidating. And maybe her chin needs to be more pointy. I don't know. Also, the design looks sick. Thank you. Yeah, I was trying to decide on whether we go... I don't know if you're here for it, or how much you've been able to hear / whatever. I was tempted, because I was saying she kind of almost looks like a moth lady. I was thinking of giving her like butterfly wings, but I don't know if that's too far. Because she almost looks like those like moth antennas, you know what I'm talking about? I don't know whether like I embrace the more demonic sort of side of it, or if I go with like a... I think it's not as good as this, but I think it's a good design idea, but it won't look as good on the card. I don't know, because like the framing of the wings kind of looks cool to me. Let me actually let me draw more moth-like wings, and we'll kind of decide. And then honestly, there's a chance I'm just gonna be I'm gonna call it, because my brain's fading, and I know I told my brother I was gonna play video games with him, and if I go too long, my brain's just gonna get fried. Might look better when they're detailed out again. Yeah, let me just illustrate what I'm thinking, and then we can kind of think about it for a bit. So we do kind of more like tipped like this, and then like an underwing like this, and then let's just do this. Let's just fill it, and then do this. And then alt click this, control click, sorry, and then go to this layer, and then delete it. Hold. Oh god. Hold. Trying to figure out the easiest way to do this. Ah. I don't know. Something around here. And then the wings could be like lesser opacity, right? They could be lighter. Looks good, to be honest. I get it now, right? Because the nice part is like the wings kind of lead your eye toward her face, right? So it's kind of cool. And it's unique, right? She's like a moth demon. I feel like we could use something like the lore, like a moth to a flame, right? Like, because that's kind of like she's sort of like a seductress kind of demon. So I think that's kind of like a you know, cool tidbit there, maybe. And maybe we can even... Oh, boop! We're out of my playlist. Help. Twitch just sent an email saying the appeal will be manually looked at least wait 5 minutes if you're going to act like it's not automatically rejected. That's crazy. Yeah, she's kind of like a fairy / demon kind of look. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I think it works. Let's define her a bit more. Or maybe someone looked and saw my YouTube message and thought, ban that guy. I don't know, who knows. Twitch sent an email saying the appeal was manually looked at least wait for like 5 minutes if you're gonna act like it's not automatically rejected. I'm still actually kind of confused but reading that again. Twitch just sent an email saying appeal was manually looked at. Does that mean they denied it again? Or they denied your appeal? Is that what you're saying? Sorry, my brain is starting to slow down. They looked at and basically saying, looked at it and said, nah, you're gone, kiddo. No. Oh, that's so sad. Well, lesson learned, I suppose. I guess it kind of makes sense, but I figured they didn't have a feature like that unless someone here reported you, which would not be me, obviously. Could have been a lurker who reported you. I didn't think there would be like auto mod like that though. Lesson not learned. I'm angrier now and thinking about sabotaging Twitch. Okay, I will say let's be careful about that a little bit, because I don't know if combined chat is technically something that's allowed on Twitch in general for this reason. Basically, like if they ban someone on Twitch, they can't moderate whether you're on YouTube or not, right? So that said, let's be a little careful, because I don't want to get banned. So I'm saying it's safe for you if I make an alt. No, not necessarily. What I'm saying is like, let's not say like, let's stop talking about it, I guess. At least on stream. It's probably best if we just drop it at this point. Now that I'm thinking about it. Because technically, like, oh, fine. Yeah, we can talk about it on Discord. Feel free to message about Discord all you want. But yeah, we probably should be careful about what we say about it. I'll look into like the whole TOS on there, but yeah, generally I think they don't like the combined chat, because they can't, like, once someone's banned off of the platform, if you say something or something that can't be moderated on your end, it's I am liable, right? I'm end up being liable if you say something that they don't like on the combined chat. Basically, that could make me get banned, right? Rather than you. So that's I guess what I'm getting at. Let's yeah. Hopefully that makes sense. Like, technically in this like situation, I know I said I should stop talking about it. In this situation, no, I'm done. I'm done talking about it. I'll Discord you. I will Discord you. Something about her face is still throwing me off. I need to look at female face. I guess she doesn't have cheekbones, right? It does. You should be safer now, yeah. She doesn't have cheekbones, maybe? Oh, wait, wrong layer. Although I hate this name. Are you making an alt? Dingus Mortimus! Perfect, beautiful. Read my name? No, yeah, no, it took me a second. Ah, there it is. Cheekbones. Wow. Amazing. I make these look somewhere between... Let's look at a moth for a second. Like, give it it's gonna look somewhere between horns and moth antennas. Dingus Mortimus. Is that a Bean original name that you stole? That's the real question. I just had a random idea to do weird eyeballs, and I'm not sure how I feel about it, but... No, because if I use something being used, it's like I was Dallas Maximus, which I am not. I hate that guy. Yeah, I can't believe Maximus like was stealing a name just like yours, you know? He copied it. Like same. Okay, these eyes aren't anything. It was a thought. I probably should have, yep, should have erased. Couldn't go back far enough anyway. Now the question is, well, let's give her, do you want to give her cheekbones on this side of her face? I don't know. No. I could also give her like fangs, but I almost wonder if like the like nothing is better, you know, like a little maw. I don't know. I kind of feel like that looks better. Again, the one other thing I'm thinking, we're going to duplicate this just in case, is to embrace the moth aesthetic. I have a feeling I'm going to like it already. Give her the fuzzy collar. I think it's gonna be great too. You know how like moths have that little like, oh, that's the wrong tab. Those are female faces. Where's the moth? There we go. Have this little like little fuzzy collar thing. Let's thing that kind of on her. It also kind of works because, like, it kind of looks like a boa kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's like I feel like that was a, or is that no? That's probably too new. arrow-wise. No, wait, is it? Actually, maybe cover her face with it. Yeah. Also needs to kind of go behind her hand here. Boa scarf. I'm just curious here. And 1890, so too new, but yeah, never mind. Still works. It's still fine. I don't know. What do we think? Is it good? Does it make her too cute? I like it. Okay. Me too. I'm at the point where, like, I know I should be done, but I also can't stop. Nah. Her eyes need to be. For this one, I think I have to do the dreaded flip. You ready? I don't even know where it is because I never do it. Image rotation, flip horizontally. Oh, actually, not that bad. Maybe this eye could be like a smidge lower, but honestly, looks kind of all right. I almost wonder if should I even connect the elbow or just leave it like this? Kind of almost looks cool like this. It's weird, but it kind of looks cool. I just realized there's no Luna on YouTube. Oh, like emojis. Yeah. No camera or no that's why, you know, that's why I like Twitch a lot with that, but I guess they're a bit more strict with whatever. I don't know, is she done? I mean, I might need to do like my signature the old Blackridge signature what's it called? Smudging, but I think she might be done. Can I still get Turnip King? Turnip King. No, unfortunately, it doesn't work on YouTube, I don't think. It should, but I don't know why it doesn't. Why hath thine forsaken me? Why hath me forsaken me? You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know what else to do with her, so I think she's good. I think so too. Wrist fluffs. Now we're just being extra, you know. Yeah, I think she's done. Let's do the smudging and call it a day. Start with this layer. We'll do more smudging on the wings, like maybe they're kind of flapping, so they kind of have that movement to them. Maybe, I don't know. And then a little bit there, some on the hair, smidge in the eyes. Okay. I would say this is a great use for the a target for the entertainment group. I don't remember who wanted them dead. Who wants these people dead? When actually, I guess the Green Marrow is another one, right? Yeah, so let's take that. Like, she seems like she'd be a mark for these people. Okay, let's export this and then get everything just kind of in and then call it a day. Oh, we don't really have a name for her, but oh, also it's not. She needs to be linear light at 40%. Wings need to be linear light at like 15. It's too low. 25? 20. maybe like half as bright. And then we need to actually clean up the areas around where we didn't do so well. Fun. Okay. Do we got a name for her? ChatGPT, give me moth names. Is this like the longest stream I've done in a while? We're getting close to 5 hours. I don't know if I'm gonna have the I don't have the brain power. We're just gonna export it as moth for now. I just want to see what it looks like. I can't wait for half her art to be covered up by text. Oh yeah, it's been long. Yeah, it's certainly a long one. I really need to be done. I don't know if it's the longest, but it's certainly close if it isn't. All right. Let's try it. And then we're done. We have to be done. I knew that was going to happen. Because I accidentally had the stuff in there. All right, while we wait for this, let's find someone to raid because it needs to be over. Let me save that, close this. Although I think it's just me, right? Is it just me hanging out right now? Seeing as it's literally just me. I just realized I can't join raids. Yeah, you might have to make an alt. Just don't use the same email. You lost all your points. Big sad. Guess I can if it counts me as a ghost. Yeah, I don't know how that works. Is there anyone we're following that I can raid? Corvino. Let's try this again. Still no. Did I even paste? Yeah, it would help if I actually pasted the thing in here, huh? No wonder it's not working. Still needs time. Yeah, my brain's cooked. Art. I've yet to make my first Twitch account, as I normally don't use Twitch, but I am on there. Yeah, that's fair. Is there anyone here that I'm like instantly gravitating toward? Probably not, because I like always take forever to do anything. We may just have to like pick someone at random, because we know my brain's not going to work for this. I don't know. This looks cute, and it's fantasy art, and we're going to do it. Because I don't feel like taking too long to look at stuff. So let's go. Anyway, Maximus, thank you for joining me. Or sorry, Mortimus, thank you for joining me. Thank you, everyone who is here and all that, for all the lurking and participating and all that stuff. Let's see if this looks good. It's not going to load. I know why. It thinks the field's still being edited. Anyway, we'll have to look at it later. I'm too tired. Everyone, thank you. Appreciate you being here. Wait, you can wait 5 seconds, please. Yes, I can. If you want to join me. We'll just keep refreshing this. I will wait exactly 5 seconds. I'm just kidding. I'm ready for this new... There we go. There she is. You kind of don't see the fuzzy collar thing at all, but, you know, here we are. Da-na-na. Yeah, I'm happy with that. We need to come up with a name, and we need to come up with lore for each of these cards, but we got 4 new cards, and that will be that. So a name for her, 4 lores, and here we are. Ha, I am here, Dingus Mortimus. Yo, another follow, heck yeah. Thank you for the follow, Dingus Mortimus. Sorry, I'm dying. Anyway, let's ride. This lady looks like she's doing some sort of fantasy character with a spectral cat. We like cats. I wonder if I've seen this person before on Instagram. I don't know. We're about to find out. Anyway, thank you for joining me. Love y'all. Peace out. See you on Friday. Plan on watching you on Twitch for the next 6-ish months. No reason. Deal. Sounds good. All right, fire in the hole. See you later.